Good day, ladies and gentlemen, sirs and ma'ams, dudes and dames, to patch 0.3.0 testing league starters. We get some things to prepare, we get some Act 1 to Act 3 gameplay to do, and see how well stealth works out, especially the potential new stomping ground tech with the shield charge, because the shield charge will most likely be able to be used for stomping ground. And it works quite pleasantly well. Sadly, we can only simulate it that good because I have cooldown on shield charge, and in the future it won't have cooldown. But I'm still here willing to give it a try. We also need to test the, what was it? The escape from the Amazon? It was from the Amazon, right? Yeah. And from the monk, the travel skill as well. It seems like they haven't nerfed or haven't done anything to shield charge, right? They only have dabbled with nerfing rake, but shield charge seems to still be a travel skill, and stomping ground seems to still work in that regard. I'll actually pull out my Amazon here for a jiffy. Holy, good to see you there. Good morning. Happy to see you here for some Path of Exile fun. Okay, we're gonna take the lady in question. I need. Oh shit, she barely has. She barely has any skill points put in, does she? Yeah, I experimented a lot with this one in a direction that might or might have not accidentally broken the build, because she can barely wield her weapons and stuff. Where is my stash? I need a gem or spear. Why do I only have 108 dexterity? Oh, I made a big intelligence try. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I did something with intelligence because I'm not entirely sure what I was trying, but there was something I was trying with this build to do some weird intelligence related shebang bang. Guess I was trying to swap this character over to energy shield? Was I? I can't really tell you. There's certainly something going on. Let's actually get the dexterity that I need for this. Then we... Oh, I'm not wielding rings and armor and everything. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But what I need to see is I need to go for disengage. Exactly. So we get disengage. I know disengage. Disengage still has cooldown. How far can you reduce the cooldown of disengage? I mean, disengage currently has what on it? Shocking leap, ingenuity. Yeah, cooldown recovery rate. That's it. And disengage and stomping ground will just never feel good because that's it, right? Like disengage stomping ground. Let me still mess a bit around with this. I just don't want to give up on the fact that stomping ground should be possible, right? Stomping ground should still be a thing, just like not as good as anymore. Is POE 1 or 2? This is 2, sir. Duck, good to see you there. Good morning. How are you doing? You also. Pleasure. You're going on a cruise on Friday. I'm sorry you're so unhappy going on a cruise on Friday. Problem with disengage is that you're always disengaging away from enemies. I guess if I could use disengage and shield charge and both have stomp. Could you do that? Could you use disengage and shield charge? What does shield charge need for a big shield? Can I do shield charge with a small shield? You know? I need a very, very, very low level shield charge skill. Or a very low level disengage. So what can I get here? The lowest shield charge available is currently... That's a tier 2 skill gem, right? I need a tier 3 skill gem. There we go. So that is a mace. Incorrect weapon type. Yeah, sure. So you need armored shield. An armored shield. And this does not count as an armored shield. So I need to get myself like the lobiest lobby shield possible. Who's selling like a shield at this point? Oh, let me go back to Renly. Actually, Rizzo. Here. Thank you. Put that one on. Shield charge. I'll be damned. No, I never thought about it this way, but it could work. I need a don't wonder why my characters are so weirdly equipped. It just doesn't make sense. Like, a lot of these characters are on hold, and like it really does not make sense why they don't have shit on. It's just like, don't ask questions. I don't even know what's happening. What I did to cause this. Which means though that we could be doing. How do we feel about the new in-game trading? I mean, the new in-game trading is vastly better than anything we've ever had before. Like, there's no question about that, right? Like, is the new in-game trading good? Yes. Yes, sir. Okay, so I can do disengage into shield charge. Yeah. That's actually insane if you think about it. We do. We can chill, and then we. They're currently on the same cooldown because they're a travel skill, but since disengage, since shield charge won't have a cooldown anymore, I should be able to do disengage shield charge, right? If we think about it. Because right now they're acting on the same cooldown, but if the one thing doesn't have a cooldown, I should be able to use both of it. That's interesting enough. Mm-hmm. Okay, I like that. I like that. That's good. Let's get out of here again. They're both a traversal skill, right? But it was just simply won't have a cooldown anymore. Mm-hmm. I mean, even if only one of them is going to be used, like, right? I'm just like spinning, but you could use both with a stomping ground gem in, because both work with the stomping ground in it. Disengage is probably still the worst spell in the game. It is. Say no. My plan is to use a mass shield charge, because shield charge won't have a cooldown, and if shield charge does not have a cooldown, you can shield charge, shield charge, shield charge, shield charge, and shield charge is a travel skill, so shield charge is allowed to get stomping ground. And that should make shield charge absolutely broken for leveling. Now, the assumption is that this will work and they won't actually change stomping ground further, because the only thing that actually changed is rake. My thought process here is, though, they gave shield charge no cooldown. Did they not think about this? You know? Did they not think about the possibility that people might abuse stomping ground on shield charge? We'll have to see. One thing that we want to test today, okay? Just in case you wonder, what are we going to do today? So we're going to be leveling a Titan from Act 1 to Act 3, because I haven't gone through Act 1, 2, 3 in a while, and I need to try for Friday. But the main intrigue I want to do is I want to level this with Fissure. So sadly, Fissure is a tier 9 skill instead of tier 7 skill, but I want to play to the point where we get Fissure and where we can then use Fissure. The basic idea is to do a combination of Shockwave Totems together with Bone Shatter. And Shockwave Totems should also be stronger than ever. That's at least our assumption going forward. Therefore, we're going to have to delete you, my friend. We're going to have to delete you, my friend. And then we're going to go for Dawn of the Hun, Solo Self-Found, Warrior, Continue, PO... Patch 3. Patch 3 test. Name. Give it some tries. GG's def quickly nerfing shield charge. There could be a change to stomping ground dice. or leave the people have some fun, right? Are you doing Lich Minions first build? Absolutely not. I am either doing Merc, Mortar Totem, or Fissure Titan. Those are the two things I'm super interested in. They're super fun, and I think that's great. They supposedly slowed the shield charge travel speed down. Jared, you don't need travel speed. So the idea behind shield charge and stomping ground is that you stand in front of the enemy and you spam shield charge, and you want to not travel, because as soon as you activate shield charge, it also activates stomping ground, which means that you can shield charge stomping ground right into your opponent and do massive damage. And that's going to be shield charge, stomping ground, shield charge, stomping ground, shield charge, stomping ground, right? And the intent behind that is like to obviously just absolutely overwhelm the opponent. That's at least the idea behind it. Trying to see why my stream is in portrait mode, because you're on the vertical stream. It says vertical in the stream title in case you missed it. So that's why you're in portrait mode. It's not because you, like, you know, you did anything wrong. It's not you. You just clicked on the wrong stream. Edit, are you planning to return back to Dune after the big update? Sir, I will 100% play the Dune update until I have everything done that the Dune update has to offer. And as soon as I have done everything the Dune update has to offer, I'm also, again, then done with Dune. Same goes for Path of Exile 2. Like, I'm going to play every single Ascendancy again. I'm going to make starter builds for every single Ascendancy. I'm going to do some 0 to hero playthroughs. I'm going to try some uniques. I'm going to obviously kill everything that's available to be killed. And then when I'm done, and, you know, I'm done. I mean, that's going to take a while in case of PoE 2, because PoE 2 got so much content. But still, it's going to be, you know, as always, as much content as there is will be played. If there's no more content, then it can't be played. What's the best starter for the new season? People will probably tell you Deadeye if you go for certain things. I think the Stormweaver will be extremely good. Titan, strong. Also, Infernalist with minions, really powerful. Main reason for minions being so good is they can't miss anymore. So you're guaranteed to hit, and that's going to inherently make minions strong, because if you can't miss, you're automatically getting just more DPS out of it. The same, by the way, goes for the Titan, because the Titan will not be able to miss anymore, which he is currently able to do. So I'm really looking forward to that. Or having our friend the Titan not miss a single time. Then Mercenary, as always, will be strong, especially because they're reworked grenades a bit, and they gave grenades some bonuses. And not only did they give grenades some bonuses, they actually made crossbow skills stronger than ever. Namely the, what was it, scatter shot into shotgun? So there's a really interesting combination where one of the crossbow shots now has the enemy have crossbow parts lodged into him, and if you then shotgun into the enemy will take subsequent damage for all the shards kind of like stuck into him. Sounds pretty good, to be honest. We're still going for melee damage, most likely. Actually, that's the question. Did I ever figure out if melee damage buffed totem damage? Because we have to do it for totem damage, and then we have to go for fissure, but melee damage should buff the fissure damage. Considering market price of gear, I don't want to consider playing Deadeye. Well, gotta say this up front, I don't consider trading an option for me. Like, right, my build gotta work without trading. I gotta play something, and if I can't make it work without trading, then I already failed. If that makes any sense to you. That's always my step number one.
The Count must die for what he has done to her.
Welcomed. I fear that our land.
That's at least how I am looking at the game. Okay.
Beautiful. I accept.
Oh, a ring early with mana regeneration. That's kind of cute, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, my soul cell phone character actually has some money. I forgot.
We'll survive this. I swear it.
It's a good idea to make Amazon with grenades. I never scaled crit damage on grenades because I think the base crit damage on grenades is the base crit chance of grenades is relatively low. Don't quote unquote me on that, but I'm quite certain. So is there a world to, where you can play that? I mean, certainly, you can still give it a try. I just never mess with crit in that direction. Okay. And I've done way too many mercenaries, right? So for grenades, it's either Deadeye for the bonus projectile, But I'm actually aiming for a tactician because I want to not only play grenades. Does rolling slam count as a travel skill? Rolling slam sadly never counted as a travel skill, right? Kind of makes me sad because imagine like rolling slam being a travel skill. It would be so funny if it would count. It would make me so happy. Imagine just rolling slamming people and they're like, oh, travel skill, stomping ground. What about Titan Quest 2? Well, sir, I spent 30 hours in Titan Quest 2 where the game nominally has only 6 hours of content. So I already did 5 times the amount of content that's actually possible. We're right now waiting for a patch. I mean, as always, as with every game, we're kind of waiting for a patch. Isn't that the ARPG gameplay loop, guys? So you're playing a patch to then wait for a patch to then play a patch to then wait for a patch to then play a patch to then wait for a patch. The eternal ARPG life, right? Oh, look at Meat Shot, the perfect start. Ladies and gentlemen, raise your arms. We get a Feld Great Club to begin life with. +2 level to melee skills. Hold your horses, chat. We're doing totems for a while at least. That's gonna be sure. As hell. Hey, have you been at Gamescom? I was at Gamescom. It was very relaxed for me. It was more businessy Gamescom, aka really talking to developers, going to the B&B booths and looking at stuff. B2B, not B&B, huh? B2B booths and talking about stuff. I was at the Path of Exile booth. I played the new bosses and they're brilliant, chat. So one thing I can tell you, even if you're not interested in grinding the end game, alone going through Act 4, alone doing the mini acts and fighting the bosses, alone that is going to be worth it. Alone that is going to be tons of fun. And then you maybe experience that with 1, 2, 3 characters, and as soon as you're level 65, you stop playing. You're going to have a grand old time. I will put my hand on the fire for that. Okay? BO2 or Diablo 4, sir, optimally you would be playing both because no game has enough content to keep you busy all the time. My one game gamers are probably some of the saddest existences. I'm sorry, chat, I said it. Because they burned themselves out so hard, but they still keep playing the one game because of loyalty or what's so goddamn ever. And then they wonder why their fun in gaming just keeps waning further. And at some point, they actually start hating their one game they're playing. And they're like, I don't know what's wrong. Well, I could tell you, sir. It's quite obvious. It's the same when I'm clapping your mom's cheeks, right? And it's always in the same position. Like, at some point, you just gotta turn it around. There needs to be some variety, right? It is what it is. And I guess every gamer understands that plays more than one game, but the one game players, they're like, I don't know, gaming has become quite stale in the past years. No, sir, it hasn't. It really hasn't. Gaming is pretty goddamn amazing in the past years. And it's only getting better. Okay, Alabala, I'm gonna leave your mom alone. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Get too close to her. Please excuse my forwardness.
Hello. I like to hold. It's beautiful.
Oh wait, I need to buy that one back because we need to keep it like for the scenario where I'm actually going to mess around with that.
Goodbye.
We drop my. Oh my goodness! Oh no, this is still filled with my other solo cell phone stuff. Oh, that's bad. It's actually bad. I didn't keep this like completely safe. See, normally my #1 support right now would be go right away for Martial Tempo and then Stomping Ground next support gem, right? As soon as you get that level 3, you want to have that Stomping Ground because it's going to be absolutely insane. Path of Exile 2, testing things for patch 0.3.0. Also seeing if I still got it to actually play through the game quick. without slowing down too much. Is this theory crafting? Yes, Dimitris. This is a lot about how fissure works in a playthrough. Because sadly, you get fissure like from tier 9 on at the moment, and in the future you're gonna get it from tier 7 on. So there's only that much we can simulate, right? There's a limited amount of simulation we can do. Obviously, we're also gonna be missing out on oh, come on, brain, say it. The what is it called? We're gonna be missing out on the new passive nodes, and we're gonna miss out on the abyss. So that's all like a bit missing, but it should be fine-ish, right? Is artillery siege ballista still viable? Artillery siege ballista should be absolutely viable for the main reason that it actually get buffed. So with the totem buffs of totems now working with your weapon, as soon as you pick up a decent weapon, they should be doing more damage than ever. Like I'm saying a big should because that's the theory, right? So from what would make sense, they should be doing tons of damage. But we'll have to see how the reality turns out end of the day, right? And numbers don't lie, and the numbers are looking good. But if it then turns out the way we wish to, it's probably the most hated existence in this game right now. I really abhor killing that lady. Depending on what kind of like thingy she might get. Oh goodness, I'm getting light stun left, right, and center. Okay, let's just hit her.
It seems no one is safe from corruption.
Give me these 2 items. Thank you very much. Oh no, unwielded yet. So we get another cool hammer chop, by the way, in case you missed it. Boom. More damage. Let's get more damage. Banners also affect totems, right? Yes, but I've never messed around with banners much, because if you already put down totems, then also putting down banners, and like, how do I put this now? So you're gonna press the totem button to put down totems, and then you press the banner button to put down banners, and then you would do what? It's just, you want to play at some point, right? You want to put down the totems, and then you want to do other things. You don't want to put down more things on top of the totems, right? You want to then start using actual skills to feel like you're having impact on the battle. And that's like the issue there, right? Like, you don't want to put down totems and then banners and then like after 20 hours, you finally get to actually do something. See, that bone shatter just missed, and that bone shatter missing should not be a thing that's possible and will not be in the future. The auto cast on banner, I mean, you could go cast on elemental ailment at this point, right? You actually do some elemental ailment. I'm not sure if you can do that for banners, but they should be probably costing. Also, don't most banners have like glory requirements? There's something on your screen that should not be there. It should be there, because it reminds me that I forgot to turn something on. Bone Shatter will still be the best leveler. No. The thought is, okay, so right now we're playing Bone Shatter because we don't have anything, and Bone Shatter is obviously like broken for the early stage. So for level 1 to 3, Bone Shatter is king. But what we really want to test out is, like as soon as the patch drops, so on Friday, how good is Shield Charge together with Stomping Ground going to be? Because Shield Charge Stomping Ground is going to be awesome balls. Why, as I get older, these type of games look good, William? That's very simple, because Path of Exile is a slow-paced, meaningful game where your actions and choices have consequences, and you usually get rewarded for good gameplay and punished for bad gameplay. So it feels good to beat, and there's a certain level of challenge that you enjoy to overcome. At least that's the reason why I enjoy the game. And sometimes you have to mature as a gamer to enjoy these kind of games, right? They're certainly not for everyone, and that's okay. Not every gamer is looking for that respective experience. Pretty sure back in the days I would have also not enjoyed these games this much. I need to change one very important thing, and you know what that is, chat? And it might sound really weird to you, but for me, my heal needs to be on 2, and my other heal needs to be on 3. It has a lot to do with my finger hovering, like my middle finger, or my pointy finger is always on the 2, but it's never on the 3. It's never on the 1. So it's kind of like important. Wow. Wow. I mean, like seriously, what is this? Chat, look at that. So this is like my current hammer I have equipped. Okay. Now, is that the solo self-found dream, ladies and gentlemen? Are we the bad guys? Are we hacking? Is this hacking, Chan? Do I need to go to jail? Am I going to jail for this? You've only done Stat Stacker Merc in Season 1, but not been back since. Aye, Lewis, you have been missing out on so many great things. How can you?
Thank you.
Sir, you gotta come back and enjoy the beauty of the other things. Streamer luck, honestly, this is obviously a boosted streamer server. You know that towards the end of this season, you're getting the better drops, so you can enjoy the game more. Surely everyone is aware of that. And I'm just not totally pulling your leg. I mean, in the early levels, you'd still be going to be relegated to just hitting people with the rolling slam into the bone shatter, or just the normal hits into bone shatter. Oh, don't I have like another support gem? Yeah, I have another support gem. Which one do we want to take, Chan? Which support do we want to take? By the way, I forget that taking armor and life regeneration in the beginning can be quite better than what I'm doing here right now. I mean, that should be... Wait, let's go for Marshall at this point. We just rolling slam faster. Need mana. I don't have in my memory that like mana would get used up so quick. Generally not. Oh, your build guy. Well, so on Friday, I will be there in the evening. I will sleep beforehand, right? We're gonna play at least 4 to 6 hours. I'm not sure if we're gonna make it to Act 4, but we should be relatively quick through the acts because I usually get relatively quick through the acts. And if my plan is working, so if the actual level idea I have cooked up in my brain is working, then we should go exceedingly fast through the acts. But we'll have to see if then the actual stomping ground into shield charge is a thing that will work the way I would want it to work. I dearly hope so, ladies and gentlemen. So our biggest issue right now here is that we have a weapon that does too much damage, so we're just stunning them. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not getting any like stun build up for the bone shatter because let me check my weapon. It does too much damage. We're not even getting to the point where we prime them for stun. We just kill everything with one hit. I mean, not that I'm complaining. I am complaining, ain't I? You don't know what you should play? Play you should definitely find your class. But even your class doesn't determine much what's going on. So you can look at the Ascendancies in which somewhat intrigue you. But do not forget that you can actually change Ascendancies, right? So I feel like a lot of people have forgotten this because they haven't played much in the last updates. But you can change Ascendancies, right? You're not stuck to keep playing a certain Ascendancy. So if you don't like your warrior Titan anymore, and you think, hey, maybe Warbringer might have been better, then you can swap, right? It's possible. I feel like a lot of people kind of gatsy doodles about that. And I've yet to actually swap an Ascendancy because I never needed to. I usually have laid out everything the way I need to lay it out. But there is a chance. Shouldn't the last checkpoint is right there, isn't it? Hmm? Or do you have two streams on YouTube, both of the same streams? Well, one is a vertical stream, one is the horizontal stream, chat. And one is appearing in the short feed, and the other one is not appearing in the short feed. So why do we have two streams? Because double the discovery, sir. YouTube even actively encourages you to do that. So it's not that I'm like, hey, I woke up this morning and I decided to gamble the system. I talked to my YouTube partner manager and he was like, bro, why are you not doing a vertical stream? You can be in both feeds. They literally put a gun to your face and they're like, do this right now, you little shit. Or I'm gonna kick you out of the YouTube partner program. I'm like, okay. Zatine, thank you for the 85 months of support. Zatine, good to see you there, brother. Hope the family's doing great. Where do you switch Ascendancy? You have to ascend another time. So let's say you have 4 points, okay? You did your Trials of Chaos, you have 4 Ascendancy points. Then you go to another Trial of Chaos and 4 Ascendancy points. And at the end, instead of doing nothing, you can actually then swap your Ascendancy. It's super simple, especially with 4 points. With 6 points, it gets a bit more complicated because you got to get the right token for it, right? But it's rather simple the less points you actually have. At least that's how I'm looking at it. So usually here, with the 3 gem, I would take shield charge now. Right? I'd be looking for a one-handed hammer and shield charge and stomping ground. But since we can't simulate that, we have to look for shockwave totem. So we can put shockwave totems on top of what we're doing. I mean, it does help that my hammer has +2 to all melee skills and just gonna make shockwave totems OP. Like, what the hell, right?
Hello. These are just some odds and ends of mine.
Oh look, we got a regal orb.
Stay safe if you can.
So early already. Beautiful. 0 complaints.
It's fine work, Father.
Here's what I got.
I still have much to learn.
Stick to the carrots.
Ready for baby number 3. Holy moly, sir. You've been busy. Have you tried Blood Mage? We have done quite some stuff with Blood Mage, but before I do Blood Mage for the next season, I need to see the passive nodes, because I do want to do some Blood Mage bleed shenanigans, and I also want to try out Blood Mage with some of the new stuff that's coming to the game. And Blood Mage Arc build is what I got in my mind. Arc get reworked to be now a real projectile skill, and it's going to work a tad different. Therefore, I get to try it actually out, right? Can you see the new passive skill tree anywhere? No, they're not giving us that information early, or at least they haven't given us that information early yet, which I'm actually thankful for. You might seem to be confused, but sometimes you don't want to have all the information, right? I mean, I want to at least have some discovery I can look forward to, some excitement on Friday. I don't need to see the full skill tree ahead of time to plan out everything minuscule. I'm fine with... Oh, an uncut support gem. Don't mind if I do. What support will we pick up early? So we got Rolling Sun with the Martial Temper, you got Bone Shredder, and you get the Shockwave Totem. I mean, obviously you could put on Jack Ground, but I'm like more tempted to go for Random Brutality. We're not gonna play with like sure, I kind of want to increase the duration of the totem, but I'm okay with that. We'll just start with Brutality for the time being. Trying some things, testing stuff. More damage, more damage. So for example, right now, the totem would be stronger in the new patch, because the totem has, you can see, 7 to 26 base physical damage, okay? But that 7 to 26, it would usually scale with my weapon. The totem would have 47 damage already. Fuck yeah. So almost twice the damage it has right now. And that 47 damage will be boosted by the 25% from this. So we are actually sitting at how much? We're sitting at like you have the 7 to 26, and then you get like the boost from the gem. So that being said, right? With a new patch, this what we're doing here right now, the just standard thing of just summoning one totem and then just doing bone shatter shenanigans, that would already be vastly stronger. It's kind of intriguing for me to look at it this way. Do you know of Warcry scale with weapon 2 now? There was nothing said in the patch notes on Warcry scaling, or if there was any need to like do anything about Warcry scaling. So I would be cautiously going with no. There is nothing Warcry scaling related being changed. Now again, like maybe they forget something in the patch notes, because as always, GGG says they put everything in the patch notes, but it's kind of not everything, because there are changes that are so trivial they don't end up in the patch notes, and then they turn out to be not actually so trivial.
There'll be no passage here.
But hey, you know, just have seen that they will in-game marketplace already in 0.3. It's amazing, dude. Not only the in-game marketplace, they got the search browser, right? So not only can you asynchronous trade, aka you can just buy from other players' hideouts without them being there, they actually put the search browser into the game, so that you don't like don't have to leave the game anymore. You can now officially stay in Path of Exile 2 to play Path of Exile 2 to trade in Path of Exile 2, which I deem to be absolutely insane, because I don't want to leave the game. Right? Hear my call, ladies and gentlemen. Who wants to leave the game? I wonder if I should put the Rolling Slam on the Shockwave Totem, and then we're just putting the Shockwave Totem out, right? It pulls this, it stuns, and I finish off. That's actually vastly better than playing anything with a Rolling Slam, because you can just prep them for stun, easy peasy lemon squeezy, and then finish them off. And I could still do like my physical damage. The only thing I'm a bit concerned about is like the mana cost of everything, because of the +2 skills. I can't remember having so few mana as a warrior, but hell, that what we have mana potions for. Pretty relaxed start into the day for sure. Wouldn't it be better to use Warcry to activate fissures? There is definitely a use for cries in the fissure build, but do you really want to use before every single fissure a Warcry? That's my question, Logan. Yes, Warcry fissures make sense, but I think Warcry hammer makes more sense. That being said, do you really want to use a Warcry before every single fissure you do? I mean, we're talking about the gameplay loop being Warcry, fissure, to then hammer throw, to activate the fissure, to, right? Like, you also want to have fun playing and not just hate playing after like 5 seconds of going about it, right? So yeah, there's definitely going to be a time and a place for that, but gotta have it meaningful woven into the gameplay, right? And didn't we play for Bone Shatter concentrated effect because the shockwave is usually big enough and the concentrated effect works, or did we do execute? I'm trying to remember what we even used to do back in the day. So I mean, you could probably play concentrated effect. It should be good enough. Found a divine orb while watching Pony. Yeah. That's how it goes. If you imagine what you would get if you prime sub to the channel, brother. Right? Right? Surely. Untold riches await. Not saying this is a scam, but it's definitely a scam. Is Martial Tempo going to have to do tiers? Every single support gem is going to have tiers. Not is Martial Tempo going to have tiers. Every single support gem has tiers. Tier 1 to tier 3. I actually double checked all the contents to make sure that I wasn't mistaken on them saying only some support gem have tiers. No, they said every single support gem. Which is great, because imagine there are some support gem that don't have tiers, and you're like, oh, why does my support gem not have tiers? Yeah, good question. Why wouldn't it have tiers? Are we playing 0.3 right now? No, we're doing 0.3 preparations, sir. There's sadly no early access, at least no early access I'm aware of. I definitely got to work on my GGG relations. You might not know this, chat, but Grinding Gear Games invited me 3 times to events in the US to check out their game. But obviously, I, didn't want to travel for free to the US because, you know, flight costs money. And I would have to leave my nice and cozy home. So I was like, nah, I'm sorry. I can't travel for free, lads. Even for PoE 2. That was before the PoE 2 release. So, well, you know, after declining 3 times and being invited 3 times, it's kind of like, I guess I'll never be invited to anything again. Probably on a blacklist. Somewhere probably on a blacklist. Do not talk to this content creator. I'm sorry, but I just don't travel for free. I didn't know what your time's worth. I thought the new hammer skill needed Warcry. Yes, the new hammer skill does need Warcry to activate. So the Forge Hammer, you throw it, it does damage. You call it back. You throw it, it does damage, you call it back. But if you actually want it to explode, you gotta walk up to it and then Warcry. So the idea is obviously that you throw your Forge Hammer in. Your Forge Hammer will be stuck. You walk up to the Forge Hammer, you go for a cry, the Forge Hammer explodes. Then as you do the cry, your next attack is empowered. So you would hit with a fissure. The fissure is a slam attack, which also would make the Forge Hammer's fire then pulse. Then you're potentially going to put 1, 2, 3 totems down on the fire. So the fissure goes bob, 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 and win. We actually tested this yesterday in case you haven't seen the stream. So the basic idea that we have come to right now, the basic conclusion we have come to, if you want the fissure from the hammer and your actual fissures to pull as much as possible, the best way to do it will be over totems, which is a bit of a sadness because I didn't want to play totems with fissures. The issue is that even if you use a supercharged slam with 4 aftershocks, then yes, you are going to have your fissure wop, 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 get 4 times aftershocked, and it's going to pulse outwards. But, and it's a big but, wow, I can't believe I've seen this. The big issue with that is, I lost the thing, where I was going with this. That totems, if you put 3 or 4 down, just pulls more. And even though you can only pull to fissure every 0.2 seconds, yeah, your totems are going to do that. With a normal slam skill, you're not going to achieve this. So, yeah. I hope that makes any kind of sense to you. Which Warcry will you use? In the beginning, Infernal, because that's what you have, and that would make most sense. Later, you're going to definitely use the Glory Warcry. So you're getting this, the one from KM that makes your steps be empowered and do fire explosions left, right, and center. So that one, obviously, because it's going to be just absolutely fantastic to utilize. If you're going to be using Seismic over the other stuff, can't say yen. Right? Wow, look at the fantastic bow I'm pulling. I'm just pulling good items left, right, and center at this point. Holy. Okay, what should we do in the beginning? I kind of want to, head through the melee damage, and then we're going to go for the skill cost reduction, right? Seems reasonable. I mean, the hammer is going to be the best hammer in the game, so to this point. I'm probably not going to get anything better until, the end of act whatsoever. Oh, shit, I accidentally sold that Regal Orb. Right there, there's nothing that can even remotely live up to this.
Stick to the cards.
I don't know if I want to play Volcanic Fissures build or Lightning Arrow. I mean, Lightning Arrow is fun, don't get me wrong, and you could probably still play also Lightning Spear, so anything lightning related is great. I just think that Volcanic Fissure is something new, right? And I like new things. So if I get a patch, I like to try out the new stuff. Even if Volcanic Fissure turns out to be underwhelming, I can still swap to a full totem build if I then want to see how new full totems do, right? I could still swap to maybe a full hammer throw build and just ignore the actual fissure. Because the idea with a fissure is just, if you're already throwing a hammer and you're already making a hammer explode, then you might as well add the fissure to it, because you're going to do everything to like have these fissures pulsing. But if it turns out that that's actually sad, right, then you just swap over to like maybe full like totem with a new totem shebang. This weapon with a totem is just doing way too much damage. Oh, I thought I could definitely survive that. I would have done it. GGG employee on Zizarin stream said, we're getting the new passive tree earlier than the original 3 hours before, so people can get to theory crafting, Jared. Well, I'll believe it when I see it. You know, Jared? So how to, like, you know, plans and execution, 2 pair of shoes. So as soon as I have the passive skill tree, I'll believe that we get the passive skill tree early. Until then, I'll just treat it as non-existent. But let's be fair, the best way to use a new passive skill tree is by actually using it, right? You can do so much theory crafting, yes. You can look at all the numbers and try to crunch something. But the best thing will be playing it, experiencing it, going through the motions, right? That's going to be where the real fun comes in, where the real vibe comes in. That's why I don't do too much theory crafting. I'm going to put some gems together that I'm planning to use, right? So shield charge with stomping ground, maybe disengage with stomping ground, martial tempo on almost everything. So like just basic thoughts on what could work. And then we'll go on Friday through the actual reality of things and discover it as you go, right? Because most of the decisions with the new passive tree will probably be later decisions, right? They'll be not first 10 level decisions, right? You're not going to have, oh man, if you don't pick up this new node in the first 10 levels, you're fucked. That won't happen. Most likely not. Skeletal Brute build. Skeletal Brute build should work from what I've seen. The question rather is, do you really want to play it that way? Because Skeletal Brutes, they work now with consuming freeze on your allies and on targets. And then you get like your Brutes like consuming the freeze, but on top of the Brutes consuming the freeze, you kind of gotta use your Frost Mages, and then you kind of like completely move away from this passive playstyle that you usually have when you're actually playing. You have when you're playing minions, and then I'm just asking myself, is that really what you wanted, right? Did you want to play such a passive? Did you want to play such an active passive build? Obviously, everyone can decide that for themselves. Gonna wait for the telecom technician today to fix my internet issue. Crizzle, damn son. You better have him come like today and not on Friday. I'll definitely have to find out how to sleep most of the day that I'm awake in the evening, right? Friday's gonna be like, I gotta just not be online all day. I gotta keep away from the computer. Gotta huddle up. Gotta tell the wife to not wake me before I don't know, 6 p.m. And what we will definitely do, ladies and gentlemen, if we get the skill tree early, the passive tree, we will most likely, the game releases at 10 p.m. my time in Germany. So I'll probably be online 2 hours earlier. And then I will have a planner for you up already for at least some preliminary ideas that we'll see if they work or not in reality. But I'll put the planner up already, right? With what I will be cooking on 2-3 possibilities. And then we'll also talk about, obviously, whatever we have in passive trees or not. Right? So that's currently my plan. And I hope you're looking forward to that as well. And right now, I'm actually really excited for the release. This is almost better than the 1.0 release because you know more now, right? But I'm positively looking forward to discovering Act 4. And you know what's going to be interesting about Act 4, Chad? We got to learn again, where do you get your bonus spirit? Because usually we were getting in Act 6, we were getting another 40 bonus spirit. When are we getting that now? Which act is going to give us the 40 bonus spirit? Which quest do we have to do? Which boss do we have to kill? Like, right? How did they streamline that? What other bonuses are we potentially getting? Because obviously you also get your chaos resistance usually in Act 3 Cruel, right? So that's something that's gonna be there as well. So yeah, well we're gonna find all these things out. Exciting stuff coming. The Titan got buffed because it needs less strength now and can get more nodes. Yes, we need less strength. We can get more nodes. We have better defenses. You could technically, as a Titan, also make use of Deflect by mixing in, by mixing in your armor with Dexterity, if you then so wanted to. Like, I guess reasonably we should be more powerful. They also did nerf monsters, not by much, but to a degree. Generally speaking, we should turn out stronger. I mean, again, totems also stronger because totems are now scaling with your weapon damage, and that's huge. Reasonably huge. That gives me attack speed. I should probably keep the attack speed thingy, right? Stop hyping me up. Well, I'm sorry. I don't want to hype you up any further. Let's just stop talking about the game, I guess. It was never my intention to make you excited for this patch. I'll keep it under wraps. Will Hollow Palm Totem build result in 0 damage totems? Yes, Dobry. A Hollow Palm Totem build should technically result in 0 damage totems, as totems are taking the damage and the attack speed of your weapon, and if you don't have damage or attack speed on your weapon, it shouldn't work.
Those bastard Eternals! I must make them.
They said they removed Glory or whatever from banners, so maybe set to autocast. Maybe. Maybe a reason to finally try out banners. Okay, this actual, like, hammer that we found is just illegal. Like, it makes Warrior just look so good right now. Right? This is just... again, ladies and gentlemen, I found this bad boy. Okay? 25 to 47 damage, and 3 to 6 physical, and 2 melee skills, and strength, and... like, I don't know how we found that bad boy. But it does not seem to be okay to just pick this up off the ground early into the game. Seems plenty like I'm going to get banned for hacking. Hold the hammer till Act 4. That's the plan. Oh, wait. I should not forget to use totems, right? Totems are just the easier solution to having to rolling slam everything. I know people are, for some reason, averse to totems, which I never understood, because totems literally make your traversal through the level easier, right? As a warrior, you usually have to waltz up to everyone, but instead of waltzing up to everyone, you do this. And then you still do your rolling slam, right? You still do your things, but your totem will already have done a lot of the support stuff that you're usually supposed to do. Titan Blood is not nerfed, where you will get strengths to the armor also applied to elemental damage on suffix before you suffix as 2 resistance and... Francis, try that sentence again, because I'm missing some stuff there. Titan's Blood is definitely a nerf, but it might not be as mattering as you think, and the question rather is if we 100% still need Titan's Blood, right? Titan's Blood used to be this thing that if you don't have it, you're completely screwed, right? You just literally needed Titan's Blood. or it was going to be uncool. And I wonder how much we are relying still on this. Like you need right? Like without Titan's Blood, your build is going to be ass. Is that still going to be a thing, or have we finally arrived at the time where Titan's Blood is an optional suggestion to you could play Titan's Blood? Okay, I mean, what is happening here, chat? What's happening here? Look at this weapon as a one-handed weapon. I'm not hacking, okay? I'm cool. I'm just playing this game very chill, very chill. Is Ice Strike Invoker Monk no longer an effective choice? They nerfed how freeze works. That if you make a too low freeze, so if your freeze buildup is not high enough, then your freeze won't even be considered. So it doesn't count. It's like as if you're not actually doing any kind of freeze. Like this doesn't mean that obviously the Ice Strike Monk will be weaker. It just literally means that you have to invest in more freeze buildup nodes so that you actually break that freeze threshold and your freezes are actually considered to freeze and not are completely being ignored. Yeah. Correct? I want this luck in the actual new league. Absolutely. I mean, we're going to be playing solo self-found in the new league, but we're going to be playing solo self-found in the trade league. Why are we doing this? Because I need to still be able to show off the new features, right? Even if I'm not trading, even if I don't plan to trade, I still need to be able to actually show you the new features. Obviously, that's just a convenient excuse to then just trade off stream, right? Right, Chad? And be like, oh yeah, while I was offline and not streaming, I accidentally found this amazing weapon. Yeah, you should believe me. I'm a streamer. I would never lie to you. Right? No, these 20 divines the weapon cost? I farmed them off stream. Yeah. I did not buy them. No. Yeah, but where did all your money go? Well, I respec 3 times offline. I also don't like buying items on trade. Would you sell though? Usually I can't be bothered to interact with the trade in any way. But the way how they reshape the trade system might make me interested in actually selling just to see how much profit can be made for the YOLOs. So maybe. But that's a big maybe because I can't say yet. Hey chat, second exalted orb already. We're going big. We're going big. Okay, I need to go now for the skill speed and skill mana cost to life conversion thingy. Jiggy. What build am I looking to play? The Warrior Fissure build. Taking the pirate software strat I see that dropped off stream. I have had great items drop off stream, Daddy, but it always comes off weird, right? Because usually I also only play very like I only play on stream. I don't have time to play off stream, right? But then you're actually testing something. So where was that? It was in Titan Quest 2. So in Titan Quest 2, I was recording a video, right? And I was like, here, this is how fast you can kill a boss with a build, and suddenly a unique item drops. And you're like, ah, shit. Luckily, it dropped in the video, right? And not me suddenly having all the cool unique items out of nowhere. Boop. Rolling Slam is just still so massively disgusting. Uncut skill gem level 4. Can we already use that? Oh yeah, level 4 Shockwave Totem. Honestly, I recommend everyone to consider playing Shockwave Totem as a warrior because you just see what we're doing. Obviously, it's the weapon, right? The weapon is really good, but still, even if like you have a slight weaker weapon, it should still be slapping hard. How are your warrior going to think you beat my Deadeye through axe? I don't care, sir. I don't care if I beat your Deadeyes through axe. What I care about is how Warrior Fissure works, right? So I generally treat every class singular as what they do and what you can do with them. But I do genuinely believe playing your shield charge and stomping ground is going to be the way forward for everyone, right? I'm still surprised that we don't have a sort button. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know what the argument would be against a sort button. It's I just don't know if there is a single good argument against a sort button. When you just go sort by age, sort by level, sort by, I don't like, just put the sort that you have in the what is it like in the store, because we're going to get the store, and the store is going to have a sort function too, right? Just put that sort in by physical damage, by whatever, by, you know, all the sort features that you usually have in the trade chat. You're getting that probably also in game with the asynchronous trading. So why don't we have all these sort options in our stash tab as well to sort things? Like I don't know. Maybe it's coming. With the Shockwave Totem, what are your options to set up Jacked Ground? You can use any ability you want to set up Jacked Ground. So, for example, since I am using my Rolling Slam as I am just slamming down on our opponents, okay? I can actually take this support, and I could take my Rolling Slam, and I could make it do Jacked Ground. Here you go, up, Jacked Ground. So, jiggy majiggy. So I'm going to put down my totem, and I'm going to do the Rolling Slam, but right, and there's a Rolling Slam could put the Jacked Ground down that you're then going to be infesting. Now, the idea that we had is that you're going to use fissure later on. So we're going to be using fissure, and fissure can also get the Jacked Ground. And the plan would be that you put out your totems, or your 3 totems, and then you fissure, and fissure at the same time put out Jacked Ground. So you have fissure that's getting pulled, and the Jacked Ground into the fissure being pulled. Boom! Katie, good to see you there. Lord, we changed that. Thank you for the 105 months of support, Lord. Appreciate it. To better suit, like, the multi-stream. I'm silly trying to rationalize why it doesn't exist. Like, instead of trying to rationalize why something is not in the game, you should ask yourself what speaks against having it. You know? It's the same discussion that we had yesterday, if respecs should be for free or not, and people were trying to find obscure reasons why respecs shouldn't be for free, right? Why respecs need to be super expensive. Only to be met with a blank stare of, are you serious? Are you trying to rationalize this right now? You know? Instead of just accepting that it's a bad game design. Like you're starting to pull obscure reasons out of your butthole to rationalize something. Happens often with one game players that really like their game, right? That only spend time with their game, that never actually thought about playing 2 or 3 games. And they'll fight you tooth and nail over things like this. Because obviously it's not a problem for someone who does shit, live and breathe one game, right? For them, these problems don't exist because why would they? Why would they be actual problems if you're only playing one game? They're not. Because you'll just play more of your one game to solve the problem. I live, breathe, and shit 2 games. Well, see? But I also know you to be a very reasonable woman, Katie. On top of that. Oh no, not a temporal bubble, shebang bang. Oof. What is this logic you speak of? Games are perfectly flawed. Yes, sir. I mean, some games profit from these flaws. Cuff, Skyrim, cuff. Right? Sometimes the flaw is the game. or an existing big part of the game. It's adding a lot of character to it. Would be Thunder viable this patch? I mean, Thunder technically has always been viable to a degree. That being said, I was like, so I'm talking about builds that can be done without uniques and that kind of stuff, right? Without crazy items, with just normal gameplay. And for normal gameplay, Thunder has just never felt good. I really wanted it to feel good, right? I wanted to just jump up and then and thunder and triple unearth and whoa. Which sadly, it kind of never was. You always return back to this. Yeah, sure, it's kind of cool, but at the same time, it's also kind of not so cool. So yeah. Not terrible, not awesome either. Kind of like a bit of a eh. Does he read YouTube chat? No, Saul. I don't read YouTube chat. I mean, seriously. We'll play Path of Exile too, sir. Which best class will be OP for map clearing? That's pretty harsh to tell, like, before having even experienced a single thing, sir. The question is not what class will be OP. The big question is what skill will be OP, right? And I do believe Arc is going to be really strong. We're going to see Lightning Spear still being absolutely powerful. Like, Lightning Spear hasn't been ruined. Lightning Spear is still stupid OP. So that's far from going out of the window. But we're going to also see Totems, I think, definitely dominating. Totems have been great regardless, especially if you get weapons with a lot of +2 skills and then now in an actual good weapon. What's going to be hard is finding a good weapon with a lot of damage and then also the +2 damage skills. So like the combination of everything, that might be some rough and tough to actually fight. Because before, you only had to kind of get like a... you only had to get like a weapon that would have like the +2 melee skills, and then no matter how much damage it deals, it's going to be useful for your build. But now you kind of have to get a weapon that gets the +2 melee skills, and then on top of also getting the actual damage pumping. So you deal the right amount of damage, right? Your totems deal the right amount of damage. So I'm not sure how that will turn out in like solo self-found trying to get something good together. Might be turning out to be a bit of a doozy there. We'll have to see. How that works. Oh, another Exalted Orb. Look at me just stacking up on the Exalted Orbs, Chan. Woo!
Shadows should remain where they belong.
I played Monk Spear last patch, but I truly miss my Sorg. Stormweaver is looking nasty. Let me tell you that much for free. So definitely you are going to be able to enjoy your time with the Stormweaver easily.
I like this one.
Like, I'm not even going to argue about that. It's going to be like absolutely good. Here. Sorry, almost missed to use the Infernal Cry. And what we're gonna go for, they're reworking Scavenge Plating, but Scavenge Plating still seems absolutely sad. I need to know if the new Magma Barrier with Shield Charge can work, but even if Shield Charge Magma Barrier works, I think you're gonna still end up with Herald of Ash regardless. Because it's just, like, stupid good to have Herald of Ash and then over-damage people. Wow, this one is almost as good as the hammer I'm having. Hey, are we going to augment this with a new random modifier? Act rating. Let's see what we're getting. And a 7% increased attack speed. Whee! Did I have to do that? Absolutely not. Did I still do that? Absolutely yes.
If you find a pint down there, do bring it back.
Selling versus disenchanting, which is better at the start? At the start, you are going to be selling. Simple reason, you need gold to buy identification scrolls and stuff. Or, like, anything from the vendor, right? You don't want to get to the vendor and be like, oh man, that's a very nice weapon you got there, but I can't afford it. Yellow items you could technically disenchant, but in the beginning I really just sell every shit. Because you really never want to miss out on that one item. Right? Are you going to engage with the new league on the start? Yes, absolutely. I am not going to play old league. That's going to be boring. Sure, the old league, I could test a lot of things out at first, but I still have my characters, so I can anyways do that. But I will go into the new league. We're going to start a new account. We're going to begin from 0. We're going to revamp the journey. We're going to do, again, from level 1 to 85 characters. This time around, though, we have to do things different, chat, because they are new lineage gems. In case you don't know what that is, lineage gems are gems you get from level 65 plus. So we're going to be having to level from 1 to 65. And then after 65, as we get lineage gems, they might significantly change how builds work. Because these lineage gems are actually quite brutal. I don't know if you've looked at them, but there's, for example, a spell echo lineage gem that makes the socketed spell echo 2 times. Which actually is nasty, right? I don't think I have to explain that. Having a gem that just makes your spells echo another 2 times, just like that, without any other thing, can potentially turn out very nice for skilled. I'm going Invoker this season. I mean, Invoker did get buffed, especially if you want to play around with Elemental Equilibrium, because Elemental Equilibrium does insane damages now. Could be potentially good. And as you say, you can still swap to Shayula later, because Acolyte of Shayula did get really good. You're going to make bank selling those new gems if they're sellable and not if they're not going to be account bound. Well, actually, nothing is account bound, right? Yeah. Screw that. I was still stuck in the philosophy of other games. You can sell everything. All characters will be faster in running. Yep, I can't wait for the sprint feature. I mean, alone this area here right now. So I'm obviously running through the middle. But I could just be using the sprint to just go faster through the middle here. Like this stretch here right now, I could just roll and move faster. Brilliant. I mean, as long as there are no enemies, every stretch where there's no enemy, I could just move faster through instead of moving slower. G to the G, exactly how you want it. And then if you have to backtrack because you went like a wrong direction, you can do that also faster. Do you think Warrior will have a better build for mobs than Bone Shatter? I mean, in the beginning, you're going to play Bone Shatter anyways. Why would you not play Bone Shatter? Like, I'm going to ask you this question in all honesty. As much as we all are sick of playing Bone Shatter, right? But Bone Shatter is the one staple skill that Warrior has. Bone Shatter can delete a goddamn whole board of minions. Like, there's a room full of minions, Bone Shatter. Everyone is dead. GG. Right? Why would you not play Bone Shatter? That's like, hey, I don't want to have fun. I hate fun, so I'm not playing Bone Shatter. Let me check my notes. Oh, yeah, I hate fun. So please, don't hate Bone Shatter.
It is good to see you, please.
Bone Shatter did nothing wrong. Oh, look at that damage from the item chat. 34 to 46. They're slowly getting to a point where I might be able to replace my old hammer, huh? So now we got more skill speed. That's great. Love to see it. I knew it. You hated fun from the beginning on. You hated fun. I'm a warrior main, and I don't like the game plan of Totem. Well, again, the whole fissure build that I have in my mind can also be played with a supercharged slam, but it should just be weaker. Now, I say it should be weaker, but that doesn't mean that it is actually weaker because I haven't tested it, right? This is a theory craft. This is something we have already tried in the game with the tools that we have in the game that obviously is weaker right now, and it's really hard to test something without having all the variables available to you. So yeah, what can I say? This one did not give me +1 totem. Do you get the heart from the last zone? Yes, sir. Not getting the heart from the last zone would be a tremendous mistake. Is the new leak out? No, sir. We're testing 0.3.0 already by simulating at least as much as we can, something down the line. By trying out how the warrior would work if we go early for fissure with totems, to see if there's any merit to it. I mean, I know you can play totems for quite a while without them falling off. I mean, you notice Act 1 right now, we're like a 1 hour playthrough kind of without actually stressing ourselves too much. That's good. I think my fastest playthrough with totems has been like something around like 45 minutes on the warrior when I was really trying, you know. The warriors just love. Totems are a fantastic addition. Top 3 starters for the new update. Depends on if shield charge with stomping ground is going to dominate. That really is going to determine a lot of things. I mean, everyone can obviously use shield charge. Some natively better. And since the shield charge stomping ground also profits from physical damage boosters, it is natively good on warrior, right? I wonder if Molten Blast will be viable with the new fire stuff. Most likely not. For Molten Blast to be viable, there is just 2 more skills missing. It's probably the best way how to say it. Like, it's the same like as currently with cast on fire spell that the Smith of Kitava has. So the cast on fire spell hit from the Smith of Kitava is technically good, is technically strong. But it is only good and strong if we would actually have any fire spells in the game. Which we don't! We don't have fire spells in the game. So how are you going to use a cast on fire spell hit thingy if there's nothing in the game to actually use that with? I feel like this will be extremely fun after the buffs. I mean, it's already extremely fun, so it can only get better, right? Since this is already extreme fun, it can only get better.
None will stop me from enacting vengeance.
Dude, let's get ourselves to Act 2, because we need to get at least to Act 2 midway point to get our fissure. I'm going to try to rush there as fast as possible. We're going to do it as a Titan, by the way. The main idea behind Titan is that you're actually going to use slam skills, and the Titan allows you to obviously aftershock easier, so Titan might be the preferred mode to operate. Would you recommend Warrior for a new player? Absolutely. With the changes, like usually with Warrior, you had to skill and get yourself resolute techniques. Because if you didn't get yourself resolute techniques, then you would actually not hit shit, right? You get to the point where every single hit just misses. And it's stupid. It's stupid. I'm a melee character. I'm melee walking up to people. How am I missing? How am I missing? I'm waving a hammer in front of your face, right? How am I missing? Luckily, they took care of that. Before I slowly go insane. At some point, you're just asking yourself, how are you missing? I haven't played Second League in PoE. Now I want to try Warrior again. But do you think Smith of Kitava is all around? Nope. Smith of Kitava is nerfed, sadly. And Smith of Kitava, the only advantage it had over the other Smith... Okay, so the literal only thing that Smith of Kitava had was you can easily get your resistances. Okay? That's the only thing that Smith of Kitava has for it. Now, if you want to choose Smith of Kitava early on, and just level with Smith of Kitava until 65, and then you change your Ascendancy as soon as you're in the end game. You could actually do that, right? You could use the easy way out that Smith of Kitava gives you of the easy survival to then down the line swap into something else. Absolutely possible. You know, since totems get more damage with your weapon after the patch, okay, Chad? Does that also mean that the bonus melee damage and so on is going to work on the totem anyways? Good, right? Yeah, it's anyways a melee totem. I'm just wondering myself, how much would I be forced to go for the bonus totem damage instead of something like increased damage with two-handed weapon? Because if I do 40% increased damage with two-handed weapons, does that work on my totem as well? Because my totem works with the damage it gets from my weapon. But then, like, the 40% more should technically not apply to the totem, right? Because it's only increased damage with 200 weapons, but despite my weapon getting the scaling from my weapon, it doesn't like increase the damage of the weapon that the totem would get. Right. It's only taking like the raw damage number, and then it gets like the multipliers from things like bonus melee damage, for example. So we're going to pretty much identify what would work for the totem and what would work for myself at the same time. Optimally. If we're trying to, like, you know, get the best way possible done. So technically taking this 40% more damage would be bad now. Correct? Because I would be the only one profiting from it, but my totems would not profit from it. Titan can carry two two-handed weapons. Every warrior can carry two two-handed weapons with Giant's Blood. See, that's the interesting point. Like, if this node gives us 40% more damage, okay, guys? But it reduces attack speed by 5%. Since the weapon gets my base attack speed, should the reduction of attack speed also influence then the totem's attack speed? No, because the totem would still get the base attack speed from the weapon, right? So again, this attack speed reduction should not influence the totem. I'm like just trying to think about like things, right? How it's going to go. Because it reduces my attack speed, but the totem is not the totem is just getting it from the weapon. The weapon is getting base. It increases damage with a weapon, but not the damage of the weapon. That's what I was trying to say, Crizzle. Thank you. Interesting thoughts, right? At least for me, Chad. You might not find this intriguing, but I like to think about this kind of stuff. Since if I now would like to increase the damage of both of us, right? I want to do more damage with the Bone Shatter or my Fissure at the same time as I want my Totem to do more damage. So I should look for here, increased area damage. Because Bone Shatter is, Shockwave Totem is area, right? Does it count as area? It counts as AoE, right? So yeah, AoE. And Bone Shatter is AoE as well, so that counts as area 2. Herald of Ashes AoE, so that counts too. Infernal Christ AoE. And Rolling Slime is actually also AoE. So all of these count as area of effect skills. So if I skip this and I choose these two, right? They would be better than getting the 40% more damage.
Geonor must be made to answer for his crimes.
I reckon.
Crush them!
Understanding PoE is like reading legal text. Well, technically not. The game makes it relative easy to understand if you're looking in the right places. Because every skill obviously has their tags, right? So you just hover over Bone Shatter and it says AoE melee strike. So anything that now works with strike here, this is gain physical damage with extra fire damage. That obviously works because my thing is doing that. Like anything that says strike in it works. Anything that says melee in it gives me bonus damage. So we have over here, right, increased melee damage. So that increases this. It has melee, melee, melee. So every attack like works as intended. If it then works. So like, yeah. If it then works and doesn't decide to actually not work because the respective skill just decided to actually not work because it just didn't want to work. By the way, half of my hits on this guy now missed. Okay? Half of my hits on this guy just missed. That shouldn't be happening with next patch anymore. Because again, Jonathan said that warriors should actually not fucking care about accuracy a single shit. As that is correct. I'm a warrior. I shouldn't be stacking accuracy. Because I'm a warrior. Wait, so sad we didn't get the druid to play. There was an interview, in case you missed it, where the sentence was pretty much, the druid is more or less done. There was just a concern with the animations of the druid. Now, hearing that tells me that the whole concept is standing, right? The class is finished, and they just gotta polish up the actual VFX, that it works correctly with everything that is in the game. And if that is then polished up to succeed, like, they can push it out. Ergo, 04 should have the... Come on, saying. Druid. At least the way how I look at it. Good. This one could technically have more damage. This one does not have more damage. Is the warrior the most tanky char? No. Right now, the most tanky char you used to have with like an evasion energy shield mix, or just going for full energy shield, or just going for mind over matter. You definitely like the tankiest characters you got down the line was going for case inoculation, so you don't take case damage, and then stacking an indefinite amount of energy shield so that you could only be pretty much hurt by like whatever's, and then you would just have to make sure that your energy shield is always up and you're good to go, right? And warrior was actually a joke compared to that, because warrior would just be killed by everything. Has a lot to do with the armor formula just being ass. So in case you're not aware of this, the actual formula, how hits are being calculated is ass, how damage is being calculated is ass, and it does definitely not speak in armor's favor. That formula seems to also not have been reworked. At least there was no statement in any capacity anywhere. Doesn't say they did not actually do anything, tinker, twerk, twiddly do around with it. But so far, we'll have to see. If Druid is so close to being done, there's a chance that we would see a second class. But would they actually give us that? I mean, let's assume the Druid is done, okay, Chand? Wouldn't it be smarter for GGG to say we're only releasing the Druid? Because then everyone is going to play Druid, right? Since if they release 2 classes, then they have to also monitor 2 classes, and they have to push out hotfixes for 2 classes, and they would have to make sure that both classes are getting the full attention, and they get the feedback for both classes. So I just can't see them ever giving us more than 1 class per update, since it just wouldn't make sense, right? If I release an update and then it's going to be the season of the Druid, then I want everyone and their mom, and I'm talking about everyone and their mom, I want them to play Druid. The same as they did with the Huntress, right? They don't want anyone to not play the Huntress. Like, if the Huntress is out, like, you better play the Huntress or you suck. It would be more realistic to say they released Druid mid-league. I couldn't see that happening as well. Because, again, why would you release content to create hype when there's enough hype already? I mean, unless the hype for this league dies off extremely quick, but releasing a Druid mid-league just doesn't make any sense to me from a marketing standpoint. It's like, oh, here's a mid-league update with a Druid. I mean, I would love it, don't get me wrong. But I'm already playing this season, right? I don't need a mid-league update to then be more excited. Everyone is going to play Deadeye. Everyone that's sweating and tryharding is going to play Deadeye. That is correct. The people that are just enjoying themselves are going to play whatever they feel comfortable with. Can't wait for hardcore community death because of sprint. Absolutely. What is the problem with sprint, ladies and gentlemen? So the one single problem with sprint is that if you sprint, okay, if you sprint and you get hit while you're sprinting, you get heavy stunned. Now, I would assume that most people are going to be smart enough to just not heavy sprint into enemies, right? You're not just going to run forward and just straight up run into an opponent and be like, ah, man, I totally did not see this coming. Wow, what a shit system that makes me stagger when I actually, like, yeah, right? So I assume people to be smarter than that. But I have been wrong before. Do we actually play Perfect Strike? I need more dexterity to use window of opportunity.
Changed my mind.
Oi!
Take a look.
Wow. So what do we do now, chat? Do we take this one over the other one, or do we upgrade the other one? I mean, that's 16%. I could also just turn it into Shmoo and then use the other one. Surely that would make sense. Looking at here.
Tempered by flame.
I lose totem damage because I lose ranks on the totem, right? But I get overall other damage up. I kind of want to keep using this cool hammer with the 2 ranks. Has it already come to my attention that I need 2 weapon sets, ladies and gentlemen? So this is going to be weapon set number 1, and this is all going to be weapon set number 2. See, this is like the intriguing part now with the new patch. Because right now I'm in this dilemma that I need to use the +2 to melee skills for my shockwave totem to deal more damage, obviously, right? But in the next patch, the weapon with the more damage would be straight up the better choice because it's the weapon with the more damage. Right? It's the weapon that does more damage. So obviously it's the better choice. What's the easiest char to play with minimum effort of grinding? You're going to choose an Amazon, Huntress, and you're going to play Lightning Spear. That's still going to be one of the easiest grinds out there. Lightning Spear is still strong. Yeah, sure, it was nerfed, but it wasn't nerfed in any way to the ground. And the Huntress is still powerful, especially the Amazon. But I think like a Lightning Spear playstyle should still be plenty popping. I just can't see it not going well. But who can say what's popping out? Again, shield charge stomping ground is the thing that might exist. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, shield charge stomping ground. I'm level 15. I'm surprised at how high level we made it through this. Oh, let me actually teleport back to buy a better potion. You have new things with O2 that came out. It's been a while, sir. There's definitely O2 videos from back in the time, but when you better look at the new stuff at this point.
Be careful.
It could be shield stomp now. Yabba dabba doo. Good old shield stomp. Oops, I never put the Infernal Cry anywhere. How about a few pure fire build for the Sork? Will that be viable? No. No. There's not enough fire stuff out. Fire-wise, we're just missing too much. Like, we're actually missing real fire skills. You have Fireball and you have Solar Orb. More or less. Count Geonor. Count Geonor. Ow. He stabbed me. Chat, he stabbed me. Oh, we get him already to open the cage. Mewling. Mariana, please open the cage. I'm very sad. The man with the hammer is bullying me. Chat, I won't accept it if you're not bullying Geonor. That's very important. You gotta talk back to him. Like, or I'm gonna wonder if you're even gaming, right? You're not talking back. Number one rule. Always give Geonor a hard time. Good start, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, like, how easy are gonna totems make this? I actually don't remember playing this here with totems, but that should make it plenty easy. Oh, look at me. Look at me reflex this, chat. Reflux, I mean. Like, you know the thing you get when you eat two fatty things. I totally dodged that. Who remembers their first time against Count Geonor absolutely being lost and not having the feeling they can beat him? Chat. Oh, wow. I should have died there. I should have definitely, like, looked to get myself a better potion. Because that potion is barely healing me. That is a medium life flask. Yeah, I should have had a large life flask. There's 2 streams on YouTube, a vertical and horizontal one. I froze monk him to death. If you actually played freeze monk in the beginning, that was definitely something that would help you there. I think my very first one was Spark. Yeah. I did Spark and it was also relatively easy going. But I did Spark without the Orb of Storms. So that was definitely something where I'm going to say that was weaker than it could have been. I mean, obviously you learn later that Orb of Storms is like the super shit and you want to have that. Right? Takes a while to get that knowledge. Totally going to get stunned here. Wow. How many times do you want to just Bone Shatter past him? The answer is yes, Chad. Did they fix the freezing issue on Win 1124H2? I was holding back for a while. My friends want to start again. I mean, I've been playing now for the past 3 days on my new rig with the latest updated Windows 11. I've been having absolutely 0 FPS issues. I do have FSR activated. I do play on DirectX 12. I have everything else maxed out graphic-wise and so on. And it's just working like a charm, so... Can't tell you if there's any graphical issues still persisting. Because I really haven't had anything, right? Ow. Oh my lord. Is totem like a thing in real life? What are they used for? You mean totems? You put them up and then you have a lucky charm. Or you pray to them. But you don't have a shockwave totem in real life. Chaos Firecast on with Monk. I'm not sure if the Chaos Firecast is a trap. Right? Because we're having like the whole fire damage and you get that Black Flame Covenant, right? And you have all that kind of stuff. And we're all like so excited to to be using like some chaos fire shenanigans, but it seems like it seems like bait, you know, like too good to be true. Like, is it really going to work out, or is this like, you know, snake oil? I mean, from the way it looks, it should be heavily viable. Oh my goodness, I have this on here, and I'm wondering why it's so weird. From a pure theory craft standpoint, it all seems pretty hot and exciting. Unless we're all getting scammed. Oh, last time I died from that. Oh, we'll see if we're getting sold the snake oil here, Chan. Right? Oh, well. The only reason to not use, like, not use the rolling slam against Count Geonor because it might kill you. Movement speed is impeding on fun? No, absolutely not. If you think movement speed is impeding on fun, you're just looking for the wrong experience. I mean, we have sprint now. You can have movement speed boosts, and there are some movement speed skills. But all in all, the game is slower. Kelvin, I could not buy a better pod. Those, I mean, sorry. What do you think about the blood HP nerf? The Giant's blood HP nerf is significant, and we hate it. It's definitely going to cause trouble down the line, but what can we say? It is what it is. I mean, my current Titan has like what, 2,200 HP, 2,400 HP, like on a low equipment basis. And with the existing nerf coming in, he's just going to lose like 600 HP or so. And that's obviously not what I want. I don't want my character to lose 600 HP. But hey, what can I do, Zol? Sometimes it's just what it is. Come on, Ranley, what do you get for me? Pack it, Ranley. Show me the cool things. He doesn't have movement speed, Renly. You get shit, guys. Give me a fancy ring. You don't even have a fancy ring. See, like, I was trying to buy a large life potion, Chad. No large life potion for me. Ponyhoof got robbed. Okay, let's go for 2 so we can quickly get ourselves the fissure. What do you think GGG was thinking when nerfing Giant's Blood? The only idea I can have about nerfing Giant's Blood, guys. Okay, so what's happening, by the way, for the people who missed it? We have Giant's Blood that allows us to wield 2 200 weapons, but it reduces the amount of HP you get from strength by half. So instead of 2, it's 1 HP. Now, the only thing that I can assume is that we get more passive nodes that give us life instead of strength. So they are lowering the general strength requirements of equipment. So you don't actually need that much strength anymore to wield stuff. And then you can actually focus on a percentage of health stuff. So maybe we get more nodes that actually give us life. That's like the only thing I could even remotely consider. Double 200 totem was OP. Yeah. I mean, it was strong DAOs, but it wasn't OP because in order to make double 200 totem work, you needed 2 very strong double 200 weapons that you then either had to trade for or find. But it wasn't like, oh, wow, you have this, you're automatically OP. No, you're not. You're not. Right? Like, wow. So the Giant's Blood nerf seems something in the direction of, like, a top-end nerf. Right? For very good builds down the line, but for people for like normal solo self-found cruisers, it seems to be like very bad. Because obviously, as a solo self-found character, to find like 2 really good weapons that I can then use to like abuse Giant's Blood to the max is actually quite difficult. I don't have these great weapons lying around. If totem scales of your weapon DPS, new totems will then, based on percentage increase to weapon damage from passive tree gear, will boost totem damage even if the totem scale doesn't carry the attack tag. No. The totem works off the base weapon damage you have. I think it says in the patch notes too. So, important. The strength requirement was off the charts with 200 weapons. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the stat requirement of any item piece was off the charts in my humble opinion. Like, it was just no fun. If I'm a mercenary, right? And as a mercenary, I was trying to mix dex and strength gear. Sometimes that was even annoying. Or if I then wanted, as a mercenary who's mixing strength and dense gear, try to actually put on a strength or a dex equipment piece. The requirements for that usually were quite obnoxious, to a point where you're like, why am I even bothering, right? Why am I even looking at that? Would you say GGG or Blizzard does better? I mean, they have vastly different products on their hands, sir. And both suck at balancing. I mean, let's remember last patch 0.20, okay, Chad? Like, do you remember patch 0.20 and the very first hotfix they did? Anyone? Do you remember? So, like, in the last patch, Lightning Spear was already very strong, right? And the very first hotfix they did was Lightning Spear is getting 20-30% more damage. I was like, oh, nice! I'm like, it's already the strongest skill. It's already broken. And they're like, yeah, like, so Lightning Spear gets 30% more damage. It's okay. Well, whatever. Thank you, I guess. Balance is an illusion that anyways only matters to a very few people that care. Like, for me personally, I don't care if things are balanced. I just want things to be good, right? Like, I want to play a Titan with Fissure. So, I don't care if a Deadeye is overpowered, right? I want to know if Titan Fissure is going to be strong. I want to have fun with Titan Fissure. If Deadeye is going to turn out, like, absolutely broken, who cares? Like, I'm here to Titan Fissure. I am here to Mercenary Mortar Totem. I am here to, right? I'm here to do specific builds and have specific fun with these specific builds. And if then, like, something else turns out to be, like, you know, overpowered, then may it be as it is. But that's not going to influence me having fun with what I'm looking forward to having fun with. Right? Bully him in the corner, Chan. Aha, I win. Barely, but I win. I need that bigger heal pot. This is like my biggest downside is not having a bigger heal pot right now.
I should return to the caravan.
So that's how I look at kind of like what balance means. But if you just look at balance too deep, how are you ever going to have fun with the game, right? You're just sitting there and worrying about balance. Like, is what I'm playing in the top 3? Is what I'm playing in the top 5? How are you ever going to enjoy yourself? Right? That is a foremost thought in your mind. Okay, 34, but they do nothing. I kind of want to buy them and upgrade them just because I want to see. Make it cool. Wow. have a talent, chat. And the talent is called being ridiculously lucky. And handsome. Did you see the new UI added to the trade system? I did see. Did you see, chat? I can play you the video if you want to, quickly. Sorry, I'm a motorcycle. So for the people that missed it, we can play this quickly. Might have not seen it before. It's in my latest YouTube video. Come on, how have you not watched my latest YouTube video yet? Shame on you. But here.
During the third Edict content reveal, we announced the new asynchronous trade system that allows you to purchase items instantly from other players, even when they're offline. But one feature we didn't quite have ready in time for the reveal is the in-game market browser.
In-game market browser.
Well, it's ready, and we know a lot of players have been looking forward to this one. Open the browser by clicking here.
Market
Search
panel.
the item you're looking for.
Type in what you want. Find it.
Then click the
Travel
purchase
to the
button
hideout.
be immediately teleported to that player's hideout, where you can purchase the item from
And buy
their
it.
shop.
I'll get it here quick smart.
They don't even need to be online. Almost all the functionality of the website is available here. You can search using many different filters, sort everything.
See, and now my question, chat. If we have all these filters, why don't I have them in my chest? Can you give me all these filters in my chest when I'm looking for items? Right? Is that possible? Okay, because I don't see why that wouldn't be possible, right? I don't see why we couldn't do that. Like surely. Right? Surely. So what do you think about my hammer, chat? Hey, chat, what do you think about my weapon? Chat, what do you think about my weapon?
Tempered by flame.
Hey, chat, what do you think about my cool new weapon? Yeah, I just entered the act. I'm just using up all my RNG, and we're gonna be like on the release of the actual league on Friday. It's just going to be like terrible RNG left, right, and center. Missing 2 sockets. I didn't find any socketable materials yet. I could obviously put that on, but you know I don't want to overdo it. Streamer servers are real. I think so too. I think so too. You vendored socketed gear? I did, Frazzy. I definitely did.
You could outfit an army with a mine of this scale.
Oh, it doesn't let me use totem because I set it to weapon send. But imagine now, right? Totem's dealing my damage. So currently the totem is dealing, what is it? 30 to 45 base damage, chat. But what if it would now deal 92 damage? I just can't see totems not being crazy good. Right? I can't see this change not being amazing. Like, I don't know, but like it already does good damage right now, right? But what if it does more? Like how can we not then play the totems? How can we not add them to our repertoire? Right? And I'm gonna put the totem down, it's gonna slay, and I'm gonna slay, and we're gonna slay together. Like, slay, literally. Thorn's build is hyped or what? Well, I know there's a streamer called Keltoric who's like all about thorns, and he seems to be excited. Now, I personally am not a big fan of a thorns playstyle, so I have to admit that I just single-handedly never looked into it. I don't even know how thorns function from a functionality standpoint in Path of Exile, right? I just don't know. To me, Thorns feels like playing minions without minions. Yeah. I just dislike the fact of having to be hit, right? It's like, yeah, so in order for Thorns to work, you gotta be beaten up. But isn't the technical theory of the game to not get beaten up, right? To kill things before they kill you, to just not take damage, to use your skills, like, right, my totems and my other stuff, to overwhelming force oppress everyone and like, technically go through life before they can kill you. I mean, you're playing like Ice Strike Monk, and you're pretty much, you strike them before they strike you. And that's how you win. That would be the basic idea. As a League start build, I will definitely do Warrior with Totem, with Shield Charge, and then we're going to look into hopefully making use of Stomping Ground. If the Stomping Ground Shield Charge doesn't work, we're going to definitely send it into Totem's Bone Shatter. And then as soon as we get a tier 7 gem, we're going to add Fissure to the fray. The thing about Totem Fissure is going to be that Totems actually trigger Fissure. So if you put down 2 Totems and they just slam into the Fissures, that's going to be insane. Now, the whole thought process is just, what are we going to do? Are we going to play a Warbringer? Because with a Warbringer and Totems, you get another Totem on your first Ascendancy. You're level 20, you ascend, bam, bonus Totem. Fuck yeah. And without having to use Overabundance, right? Because usually you could also use Overabundance at this point to just make another Totem, but you would actually reduce the time the Totem is alive. So that would kind of stink, because I don't want to reduce my Totem's lifetime. Then I would have to use Overabundance and Persistence right away, and I couldn't use, like, Martial Tempo or anything on it. What do you think of Blood Mage as a beginner? Blood Mage got buffed, you can absolutely play it. Blood Mage before as a beginner sucks, because you get kicked in the nuts as soon as you ascend, since Blood Mage had life remnants, and you needed to invest 2 points to get the life remnants, and the life remnants would only work if you actually crit. But now, since life remnants work on hit instead of on crit, you're gonna get easily to the point where you choose to be a Blood Mage and it's just instantly good. You're not just gonna feel like, wow, I just got downgraded. No, you're gonna feel like I got upgraded. And not only do you get straight away the life remnants for free, no, on top of getting the life remnants for free, you're also going to get the 2 skill points to spend. That means you can instantly go into more bonus spell crit chance, which is always good, because bonus like standard spell crit chance is around 8 to 9%. Some are at 5%. And then you instantly get 15% with your base spell crit chance. And then with the next ascension, you would already get bonus crit damage, which is crazy. So yeah, that's great. What about Titan Totems on League Starter? Any benefits? Well, Titan allows you to slam better, so your fissures would slam better. But I believe that Warbringer, like right now, I think from what I see here playstyle-wise and how easy it's going, I would say Warbringer over Titan, at least for the leveling portion, and then you might want to swap Ascendancy. Because let's not forget, chat, you can swap Ascendancy, okay? I will say this again for the people that missed this. You are not stuck with your Ascendancy anymore. GGG caved in. I'm going to say caved in, but it's not really caved in, but they actually caved in. Right? And you can finally... Do I go through this and try to get the bonus totem? Probably, right? They caved in, and you can finally change your Ascendancy. Since last... League. And I still think that's huge. Oh my goodness, I forgot fire resistance on her. It's an absolute menace. I hate like, oh, you know what? I'm an absolute doofus copter, guys. Because I've been having like perfect strike the whole time, and I completely forget that I have perfect strike. Okay. Oops. I completely forget that we actually do have perfect strike. Oops. Yes, I know it gets nerfed, but we still have Perfect Strike the whole time, and we completely ignored the fact that we do have Perfect Strike. So can someone please just lock me up? Because obviously we're not using Rolling Slam anymore when you have Perfect Strike. Oops. I completely forget that. I feel a little bit stupid now. Say, we like, where's Path of Building? Okay, so, no, let's lock out for this so I can show you. Like, I'm gonna lock out because I need to show you something. For the people that wonder about the Ascendancy. So this is my Titan Ascendancy, okay? We played a little bit around with it. We get the Path of Building 2 up. So let me put the Path of Building up too. Just like for your thought process. So you can do fissure, okay? And the easiest way to trigger fissure is over totems. So totems trigger fissures. Like, you see this, right? And my fissures are also having jacked ground. So my fissures are making jacked ground. The totems are triggering the fissures. And so you make fissure, totems, and they all get triggered. It's like actually crazy, okay? You could also make fissure, and then you could trigger it, for example, with the super slam. And that also works. The problem is, as you can see, that only when I slam, it actually gets triggered. So it's better to have the totems. That being said, if I fissure, and then totems, I could like just slam on top of it, right? So that like super overload. Now, if you think about it though, later the Titan might be useful because it says 25% chance for slam skill to yourself to cause aftershocks. So if I then actually do the volcanic fissure could aftershock from this already. That means like alone the fissure itself could aftershock, which is kind of like cool. But again, that being said, in the beginning, it might be better to just go for the Warbringer because the Warbringer gives you a bonus totem. That would mean with level 20, 21, 22, you already have a bonus totem, right? So I could put up 2 totems for no loss. And that's the crazy part, right? No loss, and I get totems with a Warbringer right away. Might just be right away better than the Titan, correct? Because if you trade now a 25% chance to get bonus aftershocks, or we're getting the guaranteed bonus totem, what's better? What do you think? What do you think? What's better? I think the bonus totem, right? Self-explanatory. Yeah, and I think that settles it pretty much. In my mind, at least. Wow, +1 to melee skills again. I'm just being hounded by these items, Jan.
Goodbye.
I was being hounded by these items. So we could probably make like 1 socket on the weapon with the stuff that we've found already. What do we have? Dexterity, strength, 3 to 5 cold damage, 6 fire damage. Woo!
Flame of the Forge!
Good. Oh, we need to travel to the gates. So let's ascend and then go actually for the Warbringer. Because I've never had a Warbringer ascension, guys. Do totems count as minions? No, totems count as allies. So they're a totem, and a totem is an ally. AoE, melee, they're slam skill, they're physical, they're duration, and they're a nova skill. This is all the tags, and therefore everything related to these tags helps them. So every single thing that has a totem tag helps them. Every single thing that has a melee tag, melee damage, bonus melee damage helps them. All of these help them. Everything that has the area tag, AoE tag, helps them. And since they now scale with your weapon, instead of having a 53 maximum damage, my totem would have a 94 maximum damage.
Why have we stopped?
The fight to the last.
Do we know which skill level is Forge Hammer? I think it's set skill level 9. Now, don't nail me down. Please nail me down. So, Forge Hammer. It doesn't say it sadly here. But if I would have to assume, they moved Fissure from 9 to 7. Okay? Right now, let's get my gems. So Fissure is going to be moving from 9 to 7. That means that probably Forge Hammer is going to be 9. And then you can get it in Act 3, and that would make sense, right? Your small window hides this tax. Yeah, we're gonna be moving that small window. Don't you worry too much for the release. I'm gonna have to like re-put the sponsors somewhere else so they're not blocking too much of the vision. Don't worry. We're gonna make sure. Not gonna be losing your mind. By the way, chat, would you be playing Overabundance early, or do you think 1 totem is enough? I mean, 2 totems are obviously double the DPS, but like for Rabble, it's useless, right? For Rabble, you're not anyway summoning 2 totems. You summon 1 totem, they get stunned, and then you Bone Shatter. So it's kind of like useless to do anything else. So having the Overabundance here is like a non-mattering thing. And 1 totem is also enough to kill everything. I guess only against a boss it would technically be useful. But then again, also against a boss, you're still doing perfect strikes, so also doesn't make sense. Act 4 seems like it will be a cool experience. Absolutely. I know we're a bit numb to the existing acts already because we have done them so many times. I do like the existing acts. There's probably only one region I hate, and that is in Act 3. But since the Act 3 rework, like in case you missed this, again, ladies and gentlemen, Act 3 actually got a rework that made it a bit more streamlined, a bit more fun to traverse through. So before, Act 3 was a little bit of a doozy. Certain parts of Act 3 were really shit. And they reworked that, and it's actually better now. I've replayed it since then, and it definitely does feel better. The whole traversal of zones, the whole way how zones are set up, is just all in all improved and less annoying. One up for them, gotta say.
Crush them!
And obviously, we're assuming that the things they learned from making these acts better is also going to apply to Act 4. Yeah, run 1 totem because you can get the free totem from the first Ascendancy. That's what I was saying about Warbringer. Warbringer gives you a free totem without a downside, correct? If I would play Overabundance right now, I would also have to play Persistence at the same time because Overabundance ruins the uptime of totems. And therefore, like, you're already forced to play, like, multiple gems just to make one thing really function good. So I think that, like, the 1 totem is just better, and then the Warbringer to not just, like, have to, like, deal with the downsides of using that. Will RF ever make it to PoE 2? I don't even know what RF is, sir. So you're talking to someone who actually played a minimal amount of PoE 1 because I never enjoyed PoE 1 that much. Not a bad game, but never just my fancy. Okay, like how am I missing that perfect strike, chat? How am I missing that perfect strike? Let's make it easier for me because I'm lazy. need more intelligence for that. See, by the way, that is something that's getting fixed. You know how your perfect strike sometimes misses, okay, chat? You know how you're sometimes feeling like, oh man, perfect strike doesn't feel too hot. Well, they increased the range of perfect strike, and that's significantly. Right now, perfect strike is giving you a 14 range, and in the update, it's going to have a 35 range, and I think that's actually a good change. Anyone else agree, disagree? Anyone else wants to fight with me on that? I mean, right now, like for the YOLOs, I'm just like, hey, I need magnified effect on perfect strike. But the thing is, I could actually play martial tempo on perfect strike as I can play martial tempo on my totems, right? Because I can play martial tempo on everything.
I know nothing of these symbols.
And they increase accuracy too. Yes, exactly. They did not only increase the range of the perfect strike, they also increased the accuracy so that you don't have to worry anymore about actually missing your attacks. As it should be, because right now I'm just literally, the perfect strike is just missing. See, like that perfect strike finally hit. The other perfect strike before just simply missed.
Destruction!
The game forcing me again to play like stupid passives just to like, see, those two hits just missed. Great, right? Technically, I am forced to invest my points now to go all the way to Resolute Techniques so that that missing does not happen anymore. I just don't want to go for Resolute Techniques.
A coin? What is this?
But they made Perfect Strike weaker. Yeah, but is that not a good trade-off? Because if you don't have to play Resolute... Okay. If you don't have to play Resolute Techniques in order to just exist as a warrior, right? Like, so that if that's not a forced thing, then I'm automatically going to hit more hits. I'm going to do more damage because I'm like, I don't have to play this. I can actually deal random crits, even though my crit chance is low, who cares? And I will net total have more DPS because I'm not just missing that much. Should all in all turn out to be a positive, right? That's why I'm generally just really looking forward to the Warrior changes, because a lot of the minor nuisances that you used to have when playing Warrior are just gone, right? A lot of these minor, like, you know, I really don't like that. It really makes me unhappy. If I'm running around Act 1 and I'm just missing my hits because I'm a Warrior and GGG is stupid. And these nuisances being gone are just generally really making me a happy little dandy Andy. Why are you playing now when they're adding so many notables? Because I haven't played in a long while through Act 1, 2, 3, sir, and I just like playing the game. So why play now? Because I like playing the game. I like warming up for Friday. I like going through the motions. I like sharing ideas with you, and like we can all put our thinking hats together and see how, like, you know, how our path in the future will look like. Because why not? Do we get to see the full passive tree? Someone said that in a stream of another streamer, there was a dev who then said that we might be getting the passive tree before release. Now, I don't know how reliable that information is. Right? That someone said that there was, that there has been, that there might be, that on a Reddit post. Correct? Again, I'll believe it when I see it. Until then, it doesn't exist. I I hope it's not mid-Friday. You won't be able to get that sleep you wanted. Well, I'm going to wake up on Friday. I'm going to bring my children to school. I'm going to kiss the wife on the lips. And then I'm just going to go back to sleep. That's so far my Friday plans. Maybe squeeze in a little workout, right? Before that. So I can actually fall asleep. Do a long run with a dog. Like, I luckily possess the uncanny talent to just fall asleep whenever I want to. Right? So if I want to go to sleep, I'll just fall asleep. That's it. Done. We get a restart from checkpoint because Asala bugged. I'm not gonna fix that Asala bug soon. Look at family visiting. You fool! You should have said family. I'm playing Path of Exile too. And if they don't understand, like, are they really family, sir? Right? They might just be a passing acquaintance at this point. Because they clearly don't understand your needs and wishes. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, Path of Exile 2 only releases like once a year. Or every 4 months. You gotta understand. Yeah, your husband already knows he won't see you on Saturday. Exactly. As he should, Katie. My wife gotta do some work on Saturday. But I'm probably like, I mean, it's the children's Saturday, so they're gonna be getting some cartoons and breakfast, and then it's off to Path of Exile 2 guide creation. Okay, do we get the aftershocks? I mean, technically I should go for 1, 2, 3, 4 points right now, and I hate that I have to do this just to be able to exist, right? Because otherwise there will be pain. But if you already think about it this way, right, I'll just be stronger. Tell me, in all honesty, is Holopalm bait? Maybe. We won't know until we have tested it, my friend. Is Holopalm going to be bait? I hope not. I would hope that Holopalm turns out to be not bait, right? Would be fantastic. And I would love to see it being an actual thing. But yeah, what can we say until we have truly seen it
Take your time as you wish.
in action, right? I'm myself not too keen on playing an unarmed monk, and I also do not understand the actual... How do I say this now? I don't understand the obsession. Obsession, I think, is the word of people. What does make your, like, you know, what does give you such a hard boner on monk, right? What does make you so unbelievably excited that monk is going to be that thing, right? Oh, did I just get a lightning resistance topaz? And I'm about to fight Jamanra, Chad? Well, don't mind if I do. Ha 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 ha. Chaos Monk, exactly. Before I would try unarmed monk. Isn't like Chaos Monk what's the hot shit? It's looking like so interesting, at least to me. Because that's what I would say looks like super hot right now. I mean, I'm more getting baited by the... Hey, by the way, chat, I have a very important question. So now that we talked about Perfect Strike is getting more range, okay? And we're talking about significant more range. Does that not mean... So Perfect Strike is going up from, from 14 melee strike range to 35. Does that not mean that concentrated effect is insane? Because if I'm going down from 35, 50% less area, that's still plus 17.5 area, right? Right? Surely. I mean, am I stupid? Look, am I stupid? Sure, I'm gonna get less damage, but I can get like another 30% more area damage on Perfect Strike.
Has the beast. I must stop him.
Quickly! He conjures the very sands against us!
Does the reduced AoE even reduce your range? I mean, like, it kind of reduces the forward oomph that Perfect Strike has. I've tried it out, like it currently does in the existing form already. But then if you have more range... See, this is why we're playing. This is why we're trying out things, to just have these ideas pop up in your mind, right? Just be like, hold on. Oh, wait a second. You would get a tier 7 gem this early, so this would give us fissure now, chat. Okay? This, at this point, that would give us fissure. Way. Let me quickly go into the Keth. Why Keth? Because you get 2 skill points from it. Should work. Should make sense. Should be reasonable.
Barren place holds an essence of water.
And if we're looking at our power level, sure, we get really lucky with the weapon, correct? But right now, I'm really excited. Even if Shield Charge Stomping Ground doesn't work, right? I'm really excited for what Warrior will bring to the table. Because the assumption is still that Shield Charge Stomping Ground will actually work, but if it doesn't work, if I'm going to level with Totems, Bone Shatter, and the Fissure, I'm quite excited, looking forward to that. Because so far, the promise is it should be quite powerful. I mean, obviously, if I have the Fissure, I'm not going to use the Perfect Strike, but it's still like we gotta also try out the Perfect Strike just in case the Fissure just doesn't work.
Snake woman.
This Perfect Strike is still illegally strong, right?
I'm not ready.
It hits people. Perfect Strike is so stupid.
The Visteri Desert.
I mean, seriously, Perfect Strike is just so stupid, Chad. It would be a nice spear. Eternal Cry. Let's actually make Perfect Strike stronger. Okay, 2 skill points. These 2 skill points can be finally invested here into... See, like, by the way, chat, okay, like, put on our thinking caps here for a minute. I am currently level 20, right? Level 20. If I don't have to spend these 3 points on Resolute Techniques, I could actually get 1, 2, 3. I am almost at another totem. That means as soon as you get Warbringer... Right? As soon as you ascend to Warbringer at level 21, 22, you would have 3 totems already. It's quite nasty. It's like you sitting at 22, triple totem. Just going out. And fissures on top, right? That's the thing. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Warrior is starting to look like more and more promising down the line right now. To me. Perfect strike, never again missing is going to feel insane. Yep.
Abandon something like this.
I don't see why shield charge. Well, what I fear is that they're going to tinker with Stomping Ground. Right now, they did not tinker with Stomping Ground. But for some reason, it seems like that GGG forget about shield charge Stomping Ground. Like, again, like, it currently, like, unless they are significantly doing something to shield charge, right? It does look like they might have overlooked the fact that that shield charge Stomping Ground is a thing. That's at least what it looks like.
Crush them!
I mean, Rake Stomping Ground only worked because of an unintended interaction. Like, right, they said it, that they never wanted a Rake to actually keep the traversal attack, and it kind of like, they just, like, yeah. Right? They after it happened, they kind of just let it rib. So, I mean, at this point, I'm just hoping, sure, like, shield charge Stomping Ground is going to work, and we can have some fun with that. I mean, that being said, do you really want to shield charge Stomping Ground? Because it's going to be rather boring gameplay. Right? It's going to be fun for one playthrough, but then it's going to be like, yeah, so what? So how much fun is that going to be persistently? Right?
Up for another hunt. Oh, yeah? Try keep up. Don't lose sight of it.
The thing about sprinting, oh, it's going to be great. What I don't understand is, why do we have to roll for sprinting? So why could we not just get like a toggle button? Okay, because that means like, so right now I kill these guys, right? Then I'm gonna roll and hold down the sprint button.
Fear will best you.
I'm gonna be having to put roll on my mouse button, because otherwise I'm gonna have to hold down like a really stupid button at any given point. And I really don't want to hold down a stupid button.
It's getting away.
So yeah, that's like, is the only thing I don't like about the sprint. That's like a minimal thing to not like, I guess, right? Too many buttons for console players. Yeah, I think on console it's going to feel great, like to roll and then hold down your button. But right now for me, I would have to roll and hold down spacebar. And like for anyone that has even a little bit of RSI from playing games knows that that's painful, right? So I already gotta get used. Can I bind roll to my mouse button? Let's already try this out, because I will have to do this. Options, input, dodge roll. Fuck yeah. Because you're gonna have to roll and then hold down the button, right? That's me holding down the button right now. Can I do secondary? Now shit, they don't have secondary and wait, why can't I bind two buttons to something? Oh, it makes me so unhappy right now. Give a separate key for sprint. It should at least give the option to bind a separate key for sprint, right? So because right now, if I can bind a separate key for sprint, I would still have roll on my spacebar if I then want to roll. But if I want to roll sprint, I would bind that to a different key. That's at least how I would personally do it. By the way, totems are making the actual Trial of Sekimas also really easy. Just in case you ever wondered, how do you easy mode the Trials of Sekimas as a warrior? Because some people are still struggling with it, just totem. Because you can like kill things before they kill you, or before they even touch you, or remotely think about touching you. don't know why people still dislike Trials of Secamus. I still get a thing. It's people that never put the effort in to actually get themselves the relics that would help you with the honor loss, right? Because the Trials of Chaos are so much worse than the Trials of Secamus. So how can you still hate that but not the Trials of Chaos? I hate both equally. You know what? I respect that. I absolutely can respect that. If you're hating both equally, that's reasonable hatred. That's a reasonable level of hatred, sir. You can get behind this. Do that. Yell. Perfect strike. And he's already dead. How can you not like Warrior Chan? Sorry, just finishing with normal strikes. I don't like Warrior. Come on, Katie, don't be like that. Don't do this to me.
That
Immortal, I ask you.
I shall grant you mercy.
I just want the third trial to not feel like I'm being slapped in the balls whenever I'm being forced to play it. The good thing is that they buffed the fourth trial now. Right, Chad? So if you have to do the fourth trial and you have to fight Xerok the Temporal, you're not automatically losing if you get bad RNG. That was something that really peeved me a lot because I usually always beat the fourth trial until I finally had one of these moments where you got an unfortunate trial and I just lost by default and couldn't do anything about it. Right? It was just Joe Ever. That felt bad.
Who goes there?
How?
I hear you. Take your time.
But yes, I'm hoping obviously for the third trial to be somewhat interesting. Too. That'd be nice. What do we have here? I mean, unless you're getting like plus 22 skills, you're just absolutely uninteresting. Right? The gloves are still energy shield plus 9 because they have 7% attack speed. That's cool. Let's do trials, Chad. Okay. Woo! Where's trials? Trials. So hyped for Friday? Well, I love to hear that. I am very hyped for Friday as well. I mean, we're all very pumped. We're all looking forward to it. It's gonna be good. I hope we can somehow tank without a new shield without a shield in the new league. I wonder if Warrior is going to end up playing dexterity and armor, so you can also play deflect. I wonder if there's an option for it. Or if the new affix, because there's a new affix coming that says a percentage of armor applies to elemental damage. Right? We can't really quantify how that will turn out yet. It's still going to be that armor is most likely the worst defense of all the defenses. I mean, let's be real. Let's not kid ourselves. End of the day, we're going to be looking at armor, and armor is still going to be the worst. And we're all going to be like... What time is the release on Friday? So Friday, relative to now, in 9 hours. It's going to be 10 p.m. German time. Right now I have 1 p.m. German time. Actually, it's almost 1 p.m. German time. So 9 hours.
Destruction. Become dead.
Boom. Oh, I gotta start gathering relics again, right? See, also, like, Perfect Strike with bonus range is going to allow you to just put yourself further away from the enemy and then just, like, Perfect Strike them on the distance. Surely that should also turn out to be quite helpful. Right? Lose sacred water when you take damage from an enemy hit. Yeah, how about no? Perfect Strike with tempo will also feel good. Yes, I mean, right now the problem is that your martial tempo always ends up on other things. Like right now my totem, for example, has martial tempo. But if you can pretty much put martial tempo on everything, that's just going to be an absolute lifesaver. Because as you say, like, I can play martial tempo on my standard mace strike. I can play martial tempo on my totem. I can play martial tempo on like the actual a perfect strike. So you can pretty much take martial tempo and then just put it on everything. What would you recommend for Friday? Currently, I am very much looking at either Stormweaver, because Arc looks really good. The way how they reworked Arc. If you don't like Stormweaver, I would be playing Titan or Warbringer and then Fissure Totem mix. We have grenades on the Merc with totems is also going to be insane because the mortar totem looks good. And the potential some of the crossbow skills could be great. Last but not least, lightning spear should still be fantastic. So if you actually like to still play around with lightning spear, you should have a fantastic time regardless. Do I want to take damage from room completion? No, I don't. Arc Blood Mage? Yes, Arc Blood Mage or Stormweaver Blood Mage. One of the two things should be very good. Might be that Blood Mage actually feels better than Stormweaver because you get the Renmans on hit now, so it should be like super easy to work around with these Renmans. And get like then good crit. Because currently Arc has a base crit chance of 9%. Okay. And with the Blood Mage, you could bring Arc's base crit chance up to 15%. And for example, on my Amazon, on my current Blood Mage, I could easily get a 60% crit chance, critical hit chance, Corpse Explosion. And that's without new passive nodes, right? So I could easily already have my Corpse Explosion go crazy with that crit multiplier. And it should be even better now after the patch. Blood Mage also gets technically 2 bonus Ascendancy points. Not technically. Blood Mage gets 2 bonus Ascendancy points. Yes. Not technically. It definitely gets it. 100%. Guaranteed. The way how it works. And that's looking in my eyes very juicy. Oh wait, did we not kill you? Oh, there we go. If you could add anything to PoE 2, what would it be? The Druid. I would right now add the Druid. Because I want to play it. Isn't Corpse Explosion a fire spell? Can you use it with Smith's Kitava, fire spell on hit? What do you think? I don't know if Corpse Explosion was a fire spell. I just don't know right now. But technically, you should be able to use it with Smith of Kitava. If it was a fire spell. I just don't remember correctly if it was a fire spell or not. Like, I considered playing it that way, but there was something that held me back from playing it that way. I just don't know what it was. Because we did a Smith of Kitava fire spell on hit thingy, so we experimented around with it. But something kept me away from doing with, like, that. But I just don't know what. I would choose Sword over Druid. No, because I want Druid to have more fire spells in the game. That would make Druid interesting to me personally. That we finally get more of those. And I think that could be cool. Potentially. Right? Would you be deleting all your characters? Well, I won't be deleting all my characters, as I still want to experiment with things on my existing characters. So all the support gem changes and so on, they obviously apply to your existing characters as well. So if I need to quick experiment with something, I have my existing characters to still do said experimentation, right? That I wouldn't have to delete them. But I will play in the new league. So I won't play in the current league, right? I will play in the new league because I want to obviously see the abyss mechanic, and I want to have the new abyssal crafting, and I just want to experience how that will actually turn out and how much fun that will be. So that's what I'll 100%. Also, in case you're new to this channel, hi, name's Ponyhoff. Pleasure to meet you all. We will play every single character, and we will play every single Ascendancy, and we will try to make everything work. Do keep in mind, though, if you're new to this channel, we are making casual-friendly builds, so we're not playing uniques, and we're not also trying to make builds that require uniques. We're trying to make builds that use the characters of the skills usually. So if I play a warrior, I'm trying to use warrior skills. If I play a monk, I'm trying to use monk skills, and so on. To make relatable builds. And then after we actually have done this, all of these things, then we start doing like a tactician that's also using shockwave totems, or we're going to be using a warrior who's using also mercenary skills, and so on. But that's usually after we have made the builds for the respective classes that are suited for that. Bear and Wolf are confirmed. Last time checked, Bear definitely confirmed. Wolf more or less confirmed. Human form with elemental spell shebang bang. Yeah, sure. I mean, I just hope that as a bear, I can also still use my spells, and not that it's like going to be this restrictive. If you're in bear form, you can't be using your cool elemental stuff anymore, and so on. Will you try Spear Warrior? There are some things I want to try out with Spear Warrior. Warbringer with Mercenary Totems could be cool. Well, we're going to try actually Tactician with Mercenary Totems, because that should be already cool in itself. Right? By the way, has this just been an absolute easy breath through, chat, or am I just imagining things?
I will overcome this challenge.
Just wait me getting killed by this thing now. Hey, chat, has this just been an absolute easy breath through? Gets killed. By the way, they're taking the chance for Perfect Strike to ignite out, right? as far as I paid attention. Which is technically bad. So currently, we are level 22. Okay, chat? We are level 22, and we should have +1 totem already because of these 3 points actually going into 1, 2, 3 here. So we should have had double totem at this point. And now we should obviously ascend into the Warbringer. We will also do Warbringer right now. And that Warbringer Ascension should instantly grant us another totem. So technically, we could be sitting at +3 totems and fissures already. Which is actually nasty if you think about it. Because we could go for the Totem Life, and then we could go for Ancestral Spirits, right? Each of your totems will summon an Ancestral Spirit minion to fight for you. If the totem was summoned, the minion dies, then the Ancestral Spirit will too. And these Ancestral Spirits, instead of getting AC rating from Dex, are getting attack speed from Dex. Which is kind of cool. And since I have 3 totems right now, so like, right? Just think about it for a second, right? So we should have the +1 totem, and then we have these 3 points because we don't need Resolute Techniques anymore. So we have that +1 totem too. So from level 22 on, you would have 3 Ancestral Spirits. Already. Boom. Should I wait for the next season or can I start already? I have a question for you. Do you want to play the new league or not? If you don't want to play the new league, what I would recommend right now doing, okay? So let's assume you don't want to play the new league, okay? You just want to play Act 4. So the best thing that you could actually do is you could make a new character, okay? Make a new character. You could technically beat Act 1, 2, 3 already, and then just wait at the end of Act 3, like before finishing Act 3. So don't kill Doriani, play until Doriani, and then kill Doriani with the update. That's what you could do. That being said, I would start from the very beginning. So I would start with the like in the new league from level 1 on. And the reason for that is multitude. It's because everything got changed. It's because we're getting new passive nodes and you want to have to respec anyways. And it's most importantly too because all the support gems are being changed. So the whole experience is going to be different, right? You're going to be able to use Martial Tempo, the support gem actually on every single skill, right? So you're going to be able from level 1 on to use Martial Tempo on your Shockwave Totem, and you can use Martial Tempo on your Fissure, and you can use Martial Tempo on your Bone Shatter. Like, you could put a Rage Gem on every single skill if you wanted to, because why the fuck not? It's actually kind of nice. The same goes for a ranger, or the same goes for the merc. So on the merc, usually on level 1, what do you do, Chad? What's the first thing you do with a mercenary? The first support gem you get. And the second. What are those? Number 1 would be you're going to be taking Expedite, so you explode faster. Premature explosions. And the second one you're usually taking is Scattershot. Now the thing is, as soon as Scattershot is out, you can't use this anymore, and as soon as Expedite is out, you can't use this anymore. Well, funny story, Chad, correct? I could use a Scattershot on the Explosive Grenade, I could use a Scattershot on the Flash Grenade, I could use a Scattershot on the Gas Grenade, and I could use a Scattershot on the Oil Grenade if I want. So every single grenade is now getting +2 more. I mean, sure, I get minus 35% damage, but the thing is, we're also getting 3 stages now, right? Right, chat? I mean, currently, Scattershot is technically not so exciting. But there might be something you have missed, or you have forgotten. We're getting 3 levels on every support gem. Let me show quickly for the people that have not watched our latest YouTube video. Chat, that have not watched our latest YouTube video. How dare you? But since we're getting all 3 levels now, right, on these support gems. Come on, could you load, please? God, Christ. I blinded you all, sorry. I was hoping for this to load faster, like the website is just taking too long. So, with the 3 levels on support gems, they're getting better. So, for example, Double Barrel says, right? Double Barrel level 1 is 30% reload speed. And Double Barrel level 3 is 20% reload speed, but when heavy stunning, you instantly reload, which is kind of cool. Which means that Scatter Shot might actually get also an interesting upside on level 3. The same goes for Expedite, which has supported skills have less detonation time. There is so much that could come down the line to make things even more interesting. Okay, where's my Warbringer? Is Titan going to be badass? I mean, Titan is obviously going to be good. Undeniable. 22. So 22 would give me Leap Slam, and usually I would be taking Fissure right now. Which is sad that I can't take Fissure. I'm not going to take the Leap Slam currently, as I'm not planning to actually Leap Slam around. It's not going to make for one fun watchable gameplay at the current moment. Don't need those. Let's teleport back to the caravan. We have ascended. And let's not forget that there's also legacy gems coming. Sorry, yes, I forgot the legacy gems that you get after 65 plus. There are significant, fast, big changes heading towards the game, right? Not just minimal, tiny, non-mattering changes. There's good, intriguing stuff coming left, right, and center. Okay, what is this, chat? What is this? What is this? Every single item I've pulled out of my butthole right now has so far gotten +3 to melee skills. Every single item. The big bong is sadly worse than this bong right now. But if we could upgrade it, it might turn into a better bong. Okay, let's go to the Macedon Badlands. Take care of that guy. You're using up all your luck until Friday. I am, and I will complain. You're gonna hear a lot of whining and mewling, like.
How does anyone live in this forsaken wasteland?
Oh, I get 2 totems, right? I know I get 1 totem. No, chat. I was like, I get 2 totems. See, imagine right now, this very moment, okay? This very moment, I am already plenty strong. I'm already zooming. I'm already killing things, right? We are having a great time. I'm getting my bonus warrior guys, right? But I would now have 2. That's it. And if I get another 2 levels, I would have 3. And I would have Volcanic Fissure already, too. I can see this already. Right? I can already see this very well in front of my eyes. As just working. And that's without, again, considering any buffs to any supports, without any new nodes in the passive tree, without any, like, yeah. Enemy scaling. Right? It's already good. And without my totems getting the bonus damage from my weapons. Because obviously the totems should be stronger at this point. Right? I'm getting more and more excited for this. Positively giddy, chat. Do you have a write-up for these builds? I will before Friday. give you a video about this warrior where I talk about everything, every single step I'm planning to take, every single thing I'm planning to do, right? Also, what for supports do you actually use for spirits, since I never played spirits? What they count as minions, right? Could they get martial tempo as well? Oh, you can get martial tempo too? That's kind of cute. No, 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 no. They can get Jack. Why can they not get Jack Ground? That would be so cool. That would make me really happy. I generally never thought about, like, I never played these lats, so I never thought about what kind of supports would they get. We're playing Third Edict. No, this is not the Third Edict, sir. We are theory crafting for the Third Edict. So they could get brutality already. They can get lacerate to inflict bleeding, which is kind of cute. Wow, you really don't have like a single good support, huh? For these lads early on. It's kind of sad. Like, genuinely. I don't have enough decks to give him anything intriguing. But yeah, I would probably give them martial tempo. Also, a good consideration, right, guys? If you need so many martial tempos, we also need to take more dexterity. Correct? Because right now I have one martial tempo, but I would usually have another martial tempo on Perfect Strike, and I would now have another martial tempo on the Ancestral Spirits, because why not? But in order to use all these martial tempos, you would also need the dexterity. Correct?
Crush them! Fear will test you!
I can see that. Mm-hmm. Julian, good to see you there, brother. Good Shield might be the top pick for them early. They die, you lose their buffs, which are quite good. Well, are we only playing these lats for their buffs, or do they do meaningful damage? I never played these lats, so the question is, like, I don't know. By the way, did I just get an early Jeweler's Orb, Chad? Like, seriously? Just give me early cool things. And I don't have a good orb because I can't put like anything meaningful on that right now. Apart from overabundance, but I don't want to use overabundance. Not a fan. Well, we could now use persistence and overabundance to simulate the having Warbringer, right? What we're saying is probably play Meat Shield on the lads. But let's actually simulate having that. For abundance, I need to take a dexterity point. What are you playing first? Honestly, I was torn between Warbringer and Merc. I was really torn between these two. But the more we're playing the Warbringer here right now, the more we're seeing how the build that I imagine in my hat comes together. Like the more I get excited about actually making it work, right? It's just kind of like, it's all falling into place. At this point, I would just go bomb, bomb, and I would have 3 totems already. I'd have 3 of these elder dudes popping out. I would have the fissure. I would be just walking around and everything would just die without me having to lift a finger, right? And it would be even better because they're buffing support gems. It would be even better because we wouldn't have to use like certain supports. It would be even better because we could use Perfect Strike with a concentrated effect, which would make the Perfect Strike even stronger than it is. I mean, look at what we're doing to these guys here right now. Well, what is this? Right? And this is like pretty much the weaker version of what we're playing. Right? This is the weaker version. This is the weak alternative to the strength we could be getting when we then play the real thing.
Join the dead, so that these tusks are what I seek.
That's crazy. And I like crazy. Like, give me one more level, and I'm 2 more levels actually, and I'm sitting here with 3 goddamn totems, and then give me 4 more, like, and I'm gonna sit there with 4 totems and the fissures. And you're not running the earthquake. Yeah, we're not running the earthquake right now because the earthquake gets a bonus jack ground super buff. I'm not even sure if you would need the earthquake. That's the thing, Isis. Will we even need the earthquake? Again, let's pull up the patch notes, chat. Sorry if you're not getting the smooth gameplay, but I feel like it's good to educate left, right, and center on the changes, right? Because the shockwave totem also now deals my weapon damage, right? But on top, the shockwave totem gets here the jacked ground damage, the eruption damage goes up to 237%, and it used to be at 53%, right? So currently, if I would explode the jack ground with that slam, it wouldn't really do that much. But that gets just buffed into oblivion, and since the thing now scales off my actual weapon, it should also be amazing. I'm really excited.
I hear my wares are renowned.
Oh, that's another melee skill thingy, chat. Look. I was gonna have a hard time being better than what I have, but like maybe if I upgraded, it could turn out good. So let's just buy it and put it in the bench. Hey chat, my thing of like cool hammers that have +2 physical skills already, because why would I not have a bench full of things that have +2 physical skills?
Sands guide you.
Right? Surely all of us have that flying around. Oh, here. So which one are we going to turn into a here? Which one are we going to Regal Orb up, chat? What do you think? The 41.3 or the 57.2? Which one are we going to Regal up? This is a pre-release test. Yes, this is a pre-release test. Totems will cost charges to summon. No. Only the ancestral totems cost charges to summon. These here, here. The ancestral warrior totems, they are costing endurance charges. The shockwave totems cost nothing. Okay. Okay, let's do the 41.3 here. Ah, fire damage. Me. I wonder if my totem is taking my damage, what happens to the fire damage? Does the totem only take the physical damage? Because it says... Here. Shockwave, Ancestral, Artillery now use your equipped weapons. They no longer have their own flat damage, base critical hit chance, or base attack time. So, technically, it should also take the bonus fire damage. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, it's every weapon, every number in the weapon. Where am I not seeing the Valley of Titans, chat? Or am I just blind? That's Quarry. That's Valley of Titans. I'm just blind. Yeah, cool. Hi, for everyone that just joined. Greetings, welcome. Hi, YouTube. Hi, Twitch. By the way, Twitch, you're falling behind YouTube. Woo-hoo, YouTube #1 chat. Just saying. By the way, Psycho Child, thank you for the 120 months of subscriptions. We're testing patch 0.3.0. We're pretty much doing the League starter build that I'm planning to do. Okay? This is my League starter that you will see from me. As much as we can test it. It's going to be totems, fissures, bone shatter, maybe perfect strike, but again, like, we obviously want to get away from perfect strike because perfect strike is... Some people still hate it. I obviously love perfect strike at this point for the insane damage it deals. Sadly, perfect strike won't do the fire damage anymore because we're kind of like, they reworked how ignite works, and it's now like this weird flammability shit. And then you need to build up like stacks of flammability to then be able to ignite. So I'm not entirely sure about how I feel like about that change. Right? Because my poor perfect strike, it used to be so cool. Katie, thank you for the 20 beautiful months. I feel like I've been watching more than 2 years. Definitely, Katie. You feel like a fixed part of this stream. If I couldn't say good after boob to you every after boob, then I would be sad.
What is this place?
I love the fire combo they showed in their promo. Yes, I mean, throwing the hammer in, war crying, having the hammer explode. And that's also why we're playing totems, okay, chat? So totems erupt fissures. Now think about it. We're going to take the Forge Hammer. You're going to throw the Forge Hammer in. Bomb, bomb, stamp 2 totems out. Walk in, war cry, explode the fissure. Then your totems are going to be slamming into the fissure created by your Forge Hammer. It's going to be vob, 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 vob. And you're consistently just having the fissure keep erupting from your totem, from your totem slamming into it. And then you're gonna, on top of everything that's happening, you're gonna roll up and you're gonna put down 6 fissures too. So not only do you have then the fiery explosions from the fire shebang bang you're doing anyways, and you're gonna have your totems like re-explode the Forge Hammer over and over again, you're also gonna have the fissures are gonna be re-exploded, and then like technically it should be like raw lava. Okay? That's the basic idea. That's what I want. And if everything works, then everyone is just going to choke on lava. Hopefully. Can we make Perfect Strike bleed instead? That's not what you should do, because Perfect Strike says converts physical to fire damage and converts physical to fire damage. So you're actually not doing a lot of physical damage with a Perfect Strike, and bleed is physical. So sure, you could make it bleed, but then what? Then you do more fire than physical, and bleed is physical calculation. Yeah, fire works everywhere is the actual plan. And like all of this with bonus area damage, because fissure right now does not actually get longer from area damage, okay, Chad? But after the patch, fissure will get longer the more area damage you put into it. Ergo, if we then have a lot of the area stuff that makes our totems better, and we have a lot of area stuff that also makes the Forge Hammer better, and then you have your fissures get longer with the area as well, and we should be covering like the screen. We should be covering the screen.
The first one's
Everything should be fissure.
here.
And that could technically work. After playing 300 hours of Warrior and then going to 100 felt like playing the game on easy. Yes. I mean, if you played Warrior, especially Warrior in the end game a lot, and then go to any other build, unless you've been playing some totems. So if you swap from a Warrior over to a Lightning Spear, you're going to be like, well, am I a joke to you? Then again, Lightning Spear is obviously broken. I'm going to do Supercharged Slam and Exploding Hammer. We tried that out, Marco. The problem with the Supercharged Slam is, so your fissures, ladies and gentlemen, your fissures can be exploded every 0.2 seconds. Okay? Every 0.2 seconds. Now ask yourself, can you Supercharged Slam Aftershock every 0.2 seconds? One single time, yes, but then not anymore. But if you actually have 4 totems and all of these totems have attack speed, then yes, sir, I can absolutely make those fissures erupt every 0.2 seconds. And that even without a single doubt, problem, or thought. Right? Are you going to be playing Borderlands 4? How? I mean, right now we get Path of Exile 2, right? And there's so much to do in the third edict. Like, I have so many builds in my mind swimming around, and that's only the first imagination with all the other stuff. So I'm gonna have to at least make 10 to 15 builds this season. And 10 to 15 builds, considering that getting to the end game takes around 20 hours. I mean, we're looking here at another 200 hours of game time at the minimum. Okay? And after I'm done with that 200 hours of game time at a minimum, we are looking at the Diablo 4 Season 10 that I will also have to cover. So that's going to be another busy time on top of the busy time anyways. Plus, there is Krana's New Dawn coming out. There's Hellas Hus. There's technically Silk Song around the corner. Like how? Right? Sir, how? So it's more like there's too much releasing in a too short amount of time. If we also would play Last Epoch, I would be definitely lost at this point. Are you saying the explosions are shorter than 0.2 seconds? No. Okay, guys. Marco, could you please remind me after we killed the giant to show you what the problem with the supercharged slam is? Okay. I can demonstrate at least as much as we can simulate here for everyone that's interested why we're playing totems. Okay. Are there companion apps you recommend for managing stuff in PoE 2? Nah, just play the game. I mean, one thing I recommend is already setting up your stash tabs so they're not a complete mess. So that's probably something you should be doing ahead of time. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to find like a way how to set up my subfolders and stuff to make it a bit better, because right now it's actually a hot mess, if I'm honest with you. Wait, he just traveled a way shorter way than he would usually travel. Totems are also making this easy mode. That was simple. Oh, will you be launching a video on this build before 0.3.0? Yes. And I will also put all the speculations in. Okay? So you will 100% get a video of this before 0.3.0. It will be a lot of speculations in there, as obviously there is a lot of speculations, right? It's a lot of like what if, when, maybe, baby.
Quickly.
Because we don't have all the facts, data, and everything, so we gotta gamble a bit.
Stay inside.
Don't want to
I hear no need. All right.
Wow. Hey, chat, another +3 to all melee skills. How many more? GGG. How many more? Please calm down. Can only get that many of those.
Goodbye.
Oh wow, I don't have a single iron rune. Interesting. Oh, bonus cool damage it is, ladies and gentlemen. So I wanted to show you something, right?
For glory.
What our thought was. Arco. We're going over to the Titan. So the thought process is, as the Titan, with Giant's Blood or without Giant's Blood, right? You have your fissure, okay? And the fissure says that the aftershocks of the fissure can be erupted every 0.2 seconds, okay? So if I have 6 fissures up, then these fissures can bonus fire Vomp Vomp every 0.2 seconds. So I would need to attack 5 times per second to optimally trigger them, right? If I now use the supercharged slam, even if it aftershocks a lot, I can erupt them, right? That's a nice amount of eruptions. Makes sense, correct? Does that make sense? That looks nice. But now think about it. Is this really nice? Because if I summon 1, 2, 3 totems, and then I put out these ruptures, we're looking at these 5 attacks per second, right? I mean, you could still do 3 totems, ruptures, and then you can still supercharge slam. Right? And you can still keep fissuring to keep the fissures up. So in this case, you would really trigger the fissure the maximum time and the forge hammer the maximum time. Plus, you could have the fissures actually use jacked ground to make jacked ground to then have your shockwave totems explode that said jacked ground. So what you're going to have is you're going to have a fissured jacked ground that is being exploded at the same time. You see like these stones coming up? So that's a wombo combo triple double super damage. And that's why the supercharged slam might not be the idea. But I'm not saying that this is the only way, okay? I'm not saying that this is set in stone. It's just the whole thought process behind. Just told my wife to forget about me this weekend. I'm busy. She said, what's more important, me or a game? And I still haven't answered. I might be in trouble. Well, I mean, she's obviously more important, but you're still going to be busy, right? You playing a game does not take away the importance of your wife.
This is a graveyard unlike any other.
Boop. Let's see if we can find the lady with a letter, or if I'm going to be searching forever again.
Crush them!
Do you stream, make content full-time, Omnis? I am now 12 years full-time streamer, in my 12th year. Been doing this for a while. We've been doing it throughout all the games. We started our journey back with Hearthstone, and we still have viewers that remember that. Then we did a lot of PUBG, into Dota Auto Chess and Teamfight Tactics and Dota Underlords. RIP Dota Underlords. Rest in pieces. Swapping over to some Warzone. A lot of Warzone with a lot more Warzone. To inevitably add ARPGs for some reason. But it's actually not ARPGs. So in case you don't know this channel, I make guides for games. And that includes all the games. Okay? I literally play everything that I enjoy playing, and that has an opportunity to help you get better at these games. Okay? So, I play Diablo, and I make Diablo guides. I play PoE 2, and I make PoE 2 guides. I played Wuchang, Fallen Feather, Elden Ring, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and I make guides for that as well. Whatever game I find interesting, right? Whatever game I can help people have more fun. That's what I'm doing. Because why not help others with your time and expertise to enjoy themselves more and struggle less, right? That's at least how I'm looking at it. You know what? Totems are just trivializing this part of the map. Usually this can be like somewhat annoying as a warrior because you're always teetering at the brink of death because you're jumping through and you're almost like always close to death. Do you know when 0.3 is releasing? Yes, 0.3 is releasing on Friday at 10 p.m. German time. Ergo, like 8.5 hours from now. And I will be live on Friday, 8 p.m. my time. We will be already answering all your questions. We'll be going over builds. We'll be like seeing like if you have any question about your starter skills whatsoever. It's going to be like a big Q&A session where we are just simply looking at everything and try to like give you a better feeling for whatever you're planning into the season. Can you add the support gem that would suck enemies to the totem? I don't think we need to add anything in that direction. What you need to add is just more range. So there are so many more range nodes in your skill tree down the line. And that's where you're going. Oh god, I hate your temporal bubble right now. That's where you're going to be adding. Nothing else. Because if you actually play, for example, magnified effects on totems, and if you add a reach gem to it, you can have your totems hit a whole screen. It's actually wholly possible to add a whole to hit a whole screen with totems. It's kind of cute. I'm pretty broken, to be honest. So yeah, like down the line, we're gonna take area. So down the line, we're gonna take this for another 15% increased area effect, area effect, area of effect. We already have this one, but not the aftershocks higher. We will most likely waltz into this for the armor break duration, increased area of effect shebang bangs. There might be more area effect stuff obviously added down the line. This would obviously be nice to take here too, because it's like two-handed weapon damage and area effect. So that's all like, right? Pretty much things you really want to have. Here, like, ladies and gentlemen, third totem. So we can go 1, 2, 3, and I would have 4 totems now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. If this was patch 0.3 already, my Warbringer would have given me +1 totem. I would not have to play Overabundance. Okay, currently we're doing Overabundance, Martial Tempo, and Persistence. But I could be kicking out Overabundance and Persistence to play 2 other gems, still have 3 totems, right? I could be putting back on the Brutality gem for more damage. I could put on Lacerate if I want to for the chance to bleed. Yay! Right? And no one can stop me. And still maintain those 3 totems. I guess I made myself clear on how cool this is going to be on patch. Yeah, I think I made myself pretty clear. we're still playing Bone Shatter because nowadays, so usually I would have a very weak weapon, right? Since usually you would be looking for something that gives you plus X into the weapons, into your melee skills to summon the totems for the maximum effect. But since your totems are now like gaining damage from the weapon that you have, yeah. I still wonder if you can snapshot totems though. So what happens if I use a very weak weapon that has +3 to melee skills to get the totem, but then I swap my weapon over to my highest damaging weapon, if then the current damage of the current weapon is responsible for the damage that the totems will deal, or if they're gonna have snapshotted on the damage and the ranks, obviously, from the other weapon. Yeah. That I don't know. Totems always snapshot whatever used to summon them. Yes, but since totems have your weapon's damage, like they snapshot the ranks summoned and then they take the damage of your current weapon.
I pray I'm not too late.
That's Warbringer. Like Warbringer gives another totem with the first notable, but which one are you gonna take? Hey, we're playing totems, right? You're gonna get your ancestral spirits. Like it would make no sense to not take your ancestral spirits. So yeah, like you're obviously going to take answered call right away. It's not even a question. That's just like guaranteed, right?
The past.
Short.
Make haste.
Are we also getting more level, more skill points since the skill map is getting bigger? No, you just have to make different decisions, better decisions.
I suggest. I hear you. If you are traveling, my wares are.
We're not going to get more skill points. We have to give this to a Riso. No. Which one do we have to give the letter again?
Welcome. Why would you?
What?
For glory.
I thought it was Zarka.
Speak up. I will tell your tale.
Oh, there. Jesus. Ignore me. Ignore me, John. I'm drunk. I'm drunk! I'm actually drunk. Yep, I'm definitely drunk. I'm drunk. 100% drunk. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's Friday, right? It's Friday. I'm okay being drunk. Attacks used by totems have increased attack speed per totem. I guess. At this point.
Who goes there? My wares are renowned.
Another +2 to melee skills. Are you pulling a leg on me, chat? So I already have this in my stash, right? So the 57%, the 41%, and they're just like, hey, so like, listen, brother, there's another one. Woo. Okay. Everyone Deadeye in 03? No, absolutely not. Everyone that wants to sweat and super try hard is probably going to play Deadeye, yes. But I have no singular intention to even remotely enjoy Deadeye for the time being. I'm trying to have fun, but to find out how hard I can sweat. Curious, is there any build with Stormweaver and if what would be the best path forward? Right now, I think Arc could be very good. They're changing Arc from being a payoff skill to be a projectile skill, which also means that all the projectile-based shenanigans will work on Arc. And you're going to be able to pretty much sit there and spam Arc out instead of Spark and completely go like bzz, 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 with the Orb of Storms. And technically with the Stormweaver Ascendancy, you could also very easily now go for a bonus to... Come on, brain, say it. You could go for a bonus to limit on elemental spells, which allows you to just summon more Orb of Storms, for example, and just go absolutely to town with that. So you'd be summoning Arc, and then double Orb of Storms, or even triple Orb of Storms, and then go mass zapping the opponent. That could potentially turn out really good. I like totems. I'm not necessarily the biggest lover of totems, but I just like what they did to totems, so I naturally need to find out how good is it. I also just really love the idea of the mortar totem, a totem that shoots grenades. How cool is that? I was planning on Bleeding Concoction. Yeah, forget about that Drail. Pathfinder is dead. I genuinely believe that this season I am not going to touch Pathfinder unless someone figures out an insane poison build with the actual poison Pathfinder passives. Smith of Katava is dead for me too, so there are two Ascendancies that I have no like urge to touch very much, as both of them just seem very lackluster. Witch Hunter the same. I mean, they did nothing to Witch Hunter, nothing to make it more interesting, nothing to make it cooler, nothing to make it stand out. Level up. Do you want to go now for totems have physical damage reduction, increased totem cast speed if summoned a totem recently, or should you go for faster totem placement? I guess it would probably be best to move into this direction, right? And get yourself the here increased totem and attack speed and cast speed, and also here the placement speed. So because you have to summon 3 totems, and summoning 3 totems is annoying. So you just want to summon them as fast as possible, right? Doesn't Witch Hunter Zealot affect the new league mechanic? I mean, Witch Hunter is not bad. Like, Witch Hunter has never been bad. The actual Witch Hunter bonus area explosion has always been good. It's just that Witch Hunter is so uninspiring, right? It's not like, wow, I'm a witch hunter, I do so cool things. It's more like, yay, I'm a witch hunter, I get bonus area damage explosion. Right? So I'm not saying it's bad. There's just nothing like that makes my PP hard, right? When I think about it, like there's no combo where you're like, this is so mouth-watering insane, I cannot resist playing it. Alright, totems summoning animals. My totems are summoning ancestral spirits. These ancestral spirits are also buffed in the next patch as well, as they're getting more attack speed, because currently they're actually getting more accuracy, but your minions will have 100% chance to hit, so they don't need any kind of accuracy. So yes, I have 3 totems. I have 3 dudes already, and technically I would have 4 totems right now, and that's pretty damn good. How are you getting already 3 totems? I have the +1 totem from the skill board, and I have using overabundance and persistence gems, which makes my totems weaker because I am forced to use overabundance and persistence. And if this was the next patch, I would actually not even have to do that because I would have 3 totems anyways because of the ascension. Yay. You watch Twitch or YouTube chat mostly? I watch both chats. I have like a very cool tool on top. So if I'm looking like this, chat, it's because I'm looking in your soul and I'm looking at chat. Okay. So I have 6 monitors. This is not a flex. It is a flex. I'm lying. And these monitors are spread like evenly out throughout my desk, so I never miss anything. And I do monitor both chats with a keen eye. Doesn't mean that I'm not missing something because there's currently 1,000+ people on YouTube. What the hell? One of my most successful YouTube streams ever, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have a clap in the chat? And now please all subscribe to the channel and watch all my videos. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Don't forget your Prime subs on the Twitch. Thank you. Bit self-advertisement needs to happen. So yeah, that's crazy, by the way. You're crazy. Thank you. Appreciate it. So long things long, short things short. I try to see as much as I can while still playing computer games. Because let's not forget, in between, we also have to play games so we can make guides. Because if we're not playing games, we can't make guides. By the way, this whole level here with the sprint mechanic, that should be so much more convenient, right? Like, I've been walking. Sure, there's a lot of opponent, but with a sprint in between.
You are relentless.
This is even more than the BF stream. I mean, on the Battlefield stream, we had only like 300-400 viewers just in. It wasn't too much. We've had a Diablo stream, I think, with 1,300. No, actually, on Path of Exile, we had some release streams with 1,300 viewers in between. So that was crazy. Like, I think we've never crested the 2,000 viewers on YouTube yet. So that's a milestone to aim for. And work towards too. The damage is like positively amazing. Summon 3 totems, Infernal Cry, and usually instead of now doing the perfect strike, it would be fissure, right? Because fissure is a tier 7 skill. So plan is summon totems, fissure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready to break the RNG? It has +3 to all melee skills again! Something very bad is going to happen today. Something very bad is going to happen today. Something very bad, Right? I don't know. I'm gonna step on a Lego, and then I'm gonna fall over, and the Lego's like gonna flip up and like get stuck in my throat somehow. Something in that direction. I need to like double make sure when I'm crossing streets tonight. I'm going on a walk with a dog. I'm not getting mugged or burgled or anything. I'm very careful, very careful. We're in danger, chat. Definitely in danger.
Goodbye.
Yeah, stop playing. Save some luck for the launch. Nick, I can't stop right now, sir. I can't stop. I'm having too much fun making this work. Enjoying that it actually works, right? Enjoying seeing this come together.
I'm ready for war.
The best starter going to be for 0.3. Blood Mage is going to be good. Stormweaver is going to be good. Merc with a grenade is going to be good. Lightning Spear, very good, definitely. Shield Charge Stomping Ground. So there's one secret I'm trying to keep, obviously, from everyone, but Shield Charge Stomping Ground, guys. Shield Charge is a travel skill. Shield Charge triggers Stomping Ground, and Shield Charge has no more cooldown. So in all, like, all calculations are pointing towards Shield Charge Stomping Ground being nasty. Positively nasty. I mean, usually this caravan can be somewhat annoying, right? But nuh-uh, chat. You know what's annoying? I'm annoying. I'm annoying. Not the caravan. I'm annoying. To my enemies. Don't even need fissure at this point. Any possibility for melee but projectile based Deadeye build? But why, sir? What skill would you imagine using? With Deadeye, you obviously want to use, as you say, any kind of projectile skill, because that's pretty much what your whole Ascendancy is. Giving you that bonus projectile to then be an absolute menace. Isn't a spear like that? I mean, you could play Deadeye with a lightning spear, obviously. Deadeye lightning spear marks on surrounding enemies. Did they mention if they reduce the amount of stat point travel nodes? As far as I understood, there is going to be less stat point nodes, and there's going to be more nodes that actually do something. So yes, I would assume that there are going to be less stat point travel nodes, because how else are they going to do it, right? We're going to get tons more clusters, and unless they're reducing the amount of stat point travel nodes, like you're not even going to be able to mess around with these clusters. So adding them would be kind of useless. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that, yes, they have to reduce that. Right? We're just zooming, Chan. I mean, this is crazy. What game is this? My Little Pony, the Path of Exile 2 edition. In case you wonder why someone is asking for the game, it's because they're coming from the vertical feed, and they might have never seen Path of Exile 2, and there's no game name in the vertical feed. So don't worry, sir. We don't think you're stupid. You could still be, but we don't think you are. This is just bullying. I mean, seriously, what is this, chat? This is just like cyberbullying. Now we get placement speed, so we can put our totems down even faster. Also a thing, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not playing Overabundance and Persistence, okay? So, like, as you can see, we're playing Overabundance and Persistence right now, correct? Farm Boy, thank you very much for your support. Thank you for joining as a member. You know what you could play? You could play Ancestral Call, I think it's... What was Ancestral Call? 80% more placement speed. You could play that one thing that just makes you pull out the totems faster. Like, you're gonna pull them out of your butt, like 1, 2, 3, pop, 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 and then you can fissure already.
Destruction!
Oh, this is going to be so good. A Pony Warrior needs buff. They're useless with Leap, Shatter, and Hammer of the Gods. But, sir, I don't feel useless. I feel very good. And I'm only planning to feel better down the line. But what are we looking at? We're looking at not even 4 hours, chat. So I think this character has like what, three hours something of game time. And we're looking at Act 2 beaten without rushing in. Feels good. And it's the weaker version, right? And it's the weaker version, chat. Okay. Wait. I gotta go out? Chat, because I'm 28. Okay, listen. I'm closer. How good is Monk going to be? I can't quantify how much the Acolyte of Shayula buffs are really going to lift it up power-wise. Yes, it's going to be good. Yes, Acolyte of Shayula is going to be strong, but how much strong? Right, so let's get my maul here. Beautiful. Double. Lightning damage. Well, I guess we're adding lightning damage, Chan. We're going to be adding full damage too.
Flame of the Forge!
So look at this beauty. Okay, my totems deal... What is it? 240 and 280. What do you think about the no weapon monk? It's either going to be great or an absolute bait. Potentially good, potentially super bait. Do you think a full Lightning Thor build could be done with the Mjolnir Club and Forge Hammer? Potentially, yes, Shinnis. But again, you will need to have the Mjolnir's Club first for that, right? Either trade it or find it yourself. And we all know how finding yourself, how well that actually works out.
The second of you. Bow before your king.
1, 2, 3. Walk around him. Hit him with the hammer. Boop. It's very expensive to summon these totems, so I can't wait for actually the adaptation of mana costs as well, right? To come. Alright, so that's a very simple try so far. I don't have time for this. Me neither, Jamonra, me neither. I just beat him, right? He was like, you take this. And I was like, nah, you take that. Oh, that just rolled over my totems. I don't like it. He's being a meanie. He's destroying my totems. I don't like it. Oh, I have no more. I have no more mana for totems. Oh no, Chad. Oh, I am not rolling the whole time. And do you know why I'm not rolling the whole time, ladies and gentlemen? Because I rebound my roll key. In case you forgot, my roll key is on my mouse button. Because I'm training for sprint. Because otherwise I'm going to be having heavy RSI going on. Like my arms are already damaged enough. I don't need to damage them more. Right? Yeah, that was an easy good try. Ladies and gentlemen, well, we have, was there a plate command? We're 3 hours, 27 minutes. This was good. I like it.
Oriana will prevail, and the Faradin will rule the Vesperi.
Is the storyline still at Act 3? No. We're going to get the storyline now further. So we're going to beat Act 3, and then we're going to go to Act 4, and then we're going to go to intermediary Act 1, 2, and 3. But they're not cruel difficulty anymore. They're new acts with new bosses. We're getting, like, in total, what was it, 22 new bosses? I felt that mana is really hard trying this out while leveling. The answer is get this one, Price of Freedom. You need to get Blood Rush, and you need to get Price of Freedom. Sure, it's going to cut into your life, but usually your life generation takes care of that without making it too hard. Cruel Act quest rewards are going to be in the new intermediary acts in Act 4, Luthig, most likely. I mean, Act 4 is going to have some permanent buffs, and then the intermediary acts 1, 2, 3 are going to have some permanent buffs as well, right? Most likely how it's going to turn out.
As you like. As you wish.
Oh, wow. Another, like, hammer that has a lot of physical damage increase already. Left, right, and center. But by the way, fully buff this one out. Oh, this was fully buffed out. Okay. Added a new act? Yes, and 3 new areas too, on top of the new act. Oh, that is my family. Give me a short second. Daughter back from school. I lied. That wasn't family. That was the male person. But it gave me a good excuse to get myself salted crackers.
My worst.
It is time for honesty.
You're right.
Is it Warrior Challenger? Yes, this is a Warrior.
It was I.
And we're currently in the
Much of your history.
Warbringer Ascendancy.
He's a good man.
Because that will get us a bonus totem. What I'm trying to understand is, how do you think you can generate charges to summon the new version of Ancestral Totem? I'm not planning to play Ancestral Totem.
Hello.
So how am I planning to summon Ancestral Totems? I'm not planning to play them. I gotta evaluate if they're even worth it. I mean, right now I just need slams, and that's what the Shockwave Totems are providing me, tons of slams. I have like no need to use the Ancestral Warrior Totems.
The beast has grown too powerful.
But that
We can
being
no
said,
longer contain it through
however,
mere means. There was once an empire that embraced
maybe I will change my mind.
They studied it, mastered it, and became the great.
I will tell you.
Maybe down the line we're like, oh man, we should potentially play that,
Burning
right?
sands to steaming bogs.
We definitely need to move the skill cost, Chan. Earlier. So I thought I could like wait with spending these points on the skill cost, but I can't. You notice that on Jamanra? Like if you notice on Jamanra that you're running out of skill cost, right? Then you already know like this is lacking. Also, there's one thing we notice right now, how this like the thing we're doing is slowly falling off, quotation mark, because we're missing out on the fissure, we're missing out on the bonus Jack round damage. So this is going to get slowly weaker now, as we're like missing the things that we would need from the new patch, right? To keep up the power leveling. But it's still strong enough. I'm not like, no. In any way, sad. I wonder how much scaling totem with weapon is. It should technically be better. I mean, right now my totems are dealing 68 base physical damage, and my weapon is actually doing 97 plus 33 plus 10. So technically, my totem should be dealing more base damage than it is right now due to what I have. Right?
Crush them!
That's a big technically. And we'll have to see. Volatile plants, we don't like you, sir. Why you have to die. At the end of the day, Perfect Strike is still the best thing to still have on top of whatever you're doing. How many elites do you want? All of them, it seems, Chad. Right? How many? Every single one. Let's reduce our skill cost. Is there going to be an OP build like Lightning Spear was? Yes, sir. There will most certainly be an OP build like Lightning Spear was. And also, Lightning Spear is still very strong. And nothing has changed about Lightning Spear apart from it losing some damage scaling, right? And it's going down by...
We'll best you!
Try and keep up. Don't lose sight of it. Up for another hunt, are you?
a bit because the Amazon lost some of the crit scaling. But all in all, it should still be a more than powerful enough skill to play. Right? So I'm not in the slightest worried about that not being powerful. Okay, we get another jeweler sword. What are we going to use it on? Perfect strike, probably. Perfect strike still OP. Can everyone play early to check builds with the new update available? Necronics, the new update is not available. We are simulating. So we're playing as if we're going for 0.3. We're trying to, like, that's why we're also playing Overabundance and Persistence right now. Because I would be having 3 totems with a warrior. So I'm pretty much going through the motions to see if the things that I'm planning to do are working the way I want them to work. Okay. Including trying out Fissure. The problem again is that Fissure would usually be available already from level 7 on, but it's not available right now. As well, it's only from like tier 9 on available, which is a bit sad because I want it right now. So we can only simulate that much. Steven, thank you for gifting a membership away. We appreciate it, Steven. Thank you, my friend. Oh, that's my daughter. Give me a very short second, guys. We're going to open it. I'm going to show you my cool wand while we're going. I will make builds after the patch drops, and we do have multiple warrior builds on the channel already. So if you actually Google for Pony Half and Totem, we have the whole Totem Warrior route completely down explained. So that was here, Totem Warrior overpowered in 1 hour. That was like really fun. I really enjoyed that one. I can highly recommend this. And we get also Pony Half Warrior should be also working, right? Ah, there. You see, that's the Smith of Kitava, and that's the other one. Sitting at 280k views. Jeez, that's crazy. So you get the warrior here, and this one is also not outdated. So they're still like, if you just need to gain knowledge from this, it's still there. Okay. All these builds are still up to date. All these builds are still cooking, right? And the information in them is all decent. What do you think about Grenade Merc in the end game? I'm planning to play Grenade Tactician with a Totem. So I am currently planning to play the Mortar Totem. Together them with Rapid Fire to make use of the new heat mechanic on the Mortar Totem, or the altered heat mechanic with the explosive grenades. There's a lot of potential super shebang bang coming. And I hope it works out the way I want it to work out. Nothing good here, only shit. And when we get a superior Temple Mall, which gets... Whoa! Whoa! I mean, apart from not having +3 to all skills, right? That's nice. So...
Keep your eyes peeled.
I wonder if getting +2 skills will become less relevant down the line. Because right now we want obviously the +2 skills on the totem, because the +2 skills makes the damage scaling higher on the totem, right? But if now the if now the totem does get the damage from your weapon, how much necessary? Yeah, great English, buddy. How necessary will bonus ranks be? What do you think, chat? Has anyone tried Titan Quest 2 yet? Yes, I have tried Titan Quest 2 in and out and everything, sir. It's really fun to play. It has limited content currently, so if you can wait and buy it later. And why, you know, like, why buy the game early if you don't have any super incentive to play? You might as well just wait for it to get more content, and then you have more game to enjoy. It's getting better with the skill mana cost conversion. Generally goes for early access games, right? If you can wait, especially single player games, then don't buy them early. I mean, for me as the content creator, I obviously have to check everything out that's on the market. I can't just wait until the best version of it is out. I gotta play right now. Hey, I did not roll that. Yeah, I wanted to say I rolled that, but I didn't, because my roll is on my mouse button. Good, Chad? I did, in fact, not roll that. Oh, I should have rolled that. Oops. Oh, but yeah, I did again. Wait, I did not roll that, but I survived somehow. I keep pressing the spacebar for roll-in, and it keeps not working. Chad, keep pressing the spacebar instead of the mouse button. Oops. I should probably bind it back to spacebar only for this fight. Yeah, I should definitely give me a moment, chat, before I keep not like. Thank you. My brain is not adjusted to this yet. Yeah, that's working. Excuse my tardiness. See, with the right mouse, with the right button, we're good again. But I would really like to have the fissures because we know we would just absolutely stampede this guy down, right? Get the fissures here now. So it makes me unhappy that we don't have the fissures yet. I want a tier 9 gem to try that out. Okay, now we have the full mana cost conversion plus the cost reduction, so that should work out very well. We need fissures. When do you get your first tier 9 gem, guys? Who remembers? Was it from a quest reward? Because that's technically when we have reached the end of what we can test, right? I don't want to play this into cruel. There's no sense in this. I want to play this until pretty much the end of like Act 3. That we have had enough time to like test it all down, and I want to like test how the fissure works like in this level of power, right? Obviously it's going to be a weak fissure because you have to play fissure with an unlash currently, which is kind of shit because you don't want to play it that way because it makes the fissure tremendously weaker. I'm frozen. Mom. Finally an iron rune. Are you starting to feel the drop off of power right now? I do feel that my new weapons are not as useful as like they would be expected to be. I mean, Act 3 is the normal power drop off act for totems, but since we're still using the perfect strike and everything, you don't really feel it. Because end of the day, you put down the totems make enemies get staggered, and then you just finish it off, and whatever's like in your way just gets destroyed by the perfect strike, so any kind of relief. Therefore, there's like no drop-off point yet power-wise. Bosses are also still just getting absolutely slap-a-doodle dandy-andy. But the build would be stronger, right? So we're feeling a power drop-off that wouldn't happen as we would usually play other support gems on our totems. We'd also play other support gems on our perfect strike, and we would play other support, like we would play other support gems everywhere.
Crush them!
And we could be playing Earthquake because the jack ground damage would be insane, right? And we would be having like our fissures with also jack ground. So there's like so many levels of power that we're kind of like not having here. That was a very strategic death, guys. So we can go now the other side to find the priestess faster. Super smart, Mr. Ponyhoff. I wish I was more like you. Give me a chance strategically just returning back to sender. Totems are always hard. I'm currently trying out a new build from scratch again. They really nerfed them a lot by really using them. Nah, I don't think totems are hard. Like the biggest issue right now is that like the only power you can gain in the beginning is really from getting bonus ranks to totems, right? So if you want to get ahead. Like if you're obviously lucky and you get something with plus ranks to the skill, that's great. But what if you're not lucky, right? What if you never see a single plus weapon rank item? So that's kind of like a stinker that it's like your really only way to get a meaningful level of power. And that's why I'm like really looking forward to the alteration of my weapon damage being part of the totems damage, because now I have like another way to power. I just find a weapon that does more damage, and then my totems also do more damage, which should allow totems to just natively feel better. So you just gotta like a weapon variety. You get like more chances to reach powerful levels, as you should. Plus this is a warrior using totems and the power of stuns to do very much damage. This is one of the few areas, by the way, I still hate, because there's not a single way how to smart traverse this area. So every single Act 3 area was actually reworked to a way where it's like more convenient to go through. The problem with this area is that no matter how you go through this, it's always going to be completely random where the priestess appears. So she's sometimes in the middle, she's sometimes on the outside, she's sometimes on Narnia. And she's never where you're going. Right? I would have assumed that she's in the middle right now. So we're hoping that we can find her soon.
My satchel is full.
Blizzard scale boot. Okay, totem placement speed. Do we do totem placement speed or... I guess I go for more damage first. Let's assume she's in the middle for a second. Good. We need to find the priestess. And she could be anywhere. Anywhere. That's also the problem, like sometimes it's just right here in the middle. But it depends on which corner you're trying to get to her, right? There she is. Goodness Christ, do I hate this. Is the game dead? Yes, Path of Exile is absolutely dead. It couldn't be worse off until the new content comes out, Demento. Like, in case you are not aware how ARPGs work, they're either dead or alive, but they're never anywhere in the middle. So, right? It's like either dead or alive. There's no middle ground for ARPGs. It doesn't exist. Okay, there's no like anything in between of these two things.
The wisdom of the tribe. Like
Going ham or being completely useless. Nothing in between.
wait for a fight first.
That does so much damage. It's kind of beautiful.
Watch your step.
Oh, there was a tier 9. Wait. Thank you, Chan. Okay, so we got Volcanic Fissure, ladies and gentlemen. It finally has arrived. Okay, Volcanic Fissure. What supports do I have? So what supports can you do on Fissure early? None of the ones you need. That's great. So usually you would put on Unleash, so you can do multiple fissures. What support gem level is Unleash? It's probably support 3, right? I don't have tier 3. No, I have 1 tier 3 support. So let me double check. No, not Unleash. What is it called again? The one for fissure upheaval. So I'm going to put Upheaval on this right now, but the problem is, so in order to simulate if Fissures is working, I need to play Upheaval. But Upheaval makes Fissure do 40% less damage, so yay! What the fuck? That means I need to play Primal Armament to somehow make up for that. Okay, good. But yeah. See, like, it's hard to simulate this because how am I going to simulate, like, a skill working completely different? Did the last 3 acts already get released? No, we're getting Act 4, and then you get 5, 6, 7. And 5, 6, 7 are going to be current intermediary acts. So the plan is currently Summon Totems, chat, okay, and then Fissure. Because now the Fissure is going to be fissuring. And then when you have placed that and it's just happening, then you're just going to either put down earthquakes or you're going to finish the enemy with a heavy hit. Now, sadly, obviously, your fissure does currently 40% less damage than what it was possible to deal. So that's a big A. I think this build looks fun. It is going to be fun, and it's going to be more powerful. Because my totems would be doing more damage at this stage, and my fissure would do more damage at this stage, right? And I don't even know what the future level of support gems would do at this point. So this is also something, right? I cannot know, I cannot simulate, I cannot in any way predict how good further leveled up support gems would be, potentially.
Elva should know what to do with this. Feel my wrath!
That's something I can barely quantify. That's a jeweler's orb. What can we put on fissure to do more damage? At this point. Fire damage. Should you fire infuse it? An ancestral boosted for now. At least the first fissure is going to be more powerful because you're going to do 1, 2, right? And then you're going to fissure. The first fissure is ancestrally boosted. Speccing into fire damage nodes should help with fissure too. Yabba dabba doo. It's gonna be like the harsh part is going to figure out, are we going to try to make our totems damage, or is it going to be the fissure that's supposed to deal the damage? So what is then going to be the driving factor, or are we going to split it all into, like, you know, everyone deals like a portion of the damage? What are we doing for it? I mean, it's definitely working the way I want it to work. So my whole plan, my whole idea, everything is like coming together quite nicely. Okay, let's try to get to the boss. That'd be a nice test for what we're doing.
Reeks of death. Destruction!
Should I recharge my potion before I go? Yeah, I should, absolutely. The update came out already? No, sir. We are simulating the update.
Face me!
This is a simulation. It's like the Matrix, but different. We're pretending the patch is out, and that's also the way how we're playing. And I gotta say, I mean, we're 4 hours in. We're sitting at, or when we're not even 4 hours in, we're sitting halfway through Act 3. I'd say, like, builds cooking. Haha, you know, cooking because of the fire. No, tough crowd. No bad jokes, just tough crowd. Probably a bunch of Germans, no humor. I should know myself as a German. So yeah, fire damage nodes, you could be taking this one here. Increase fire damage. Damage penetrates fire resistance. Increase the magnitude of ignite inflict. So that one shouldn't be bad. We got the fire damage here on the side. There's also another fire damage in that direction. There are a couple of fire damage possibilities. I was totally about to have a fever and tell your boss you're out. No, you have time until Friday. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to intentionally lead you astray, but it's hard to communicate to people to tell them that we're trying to play patch 03 by playing as if it was patch 03, at least in the vacuum that we can create with limiting ourselves and trying to somehow, you know, pretend it is what it is. But I think it's good practice. I mean, if you haven't played Act 1 to 3 in a while, I would definitely recommend you to do this, because it's good to get back into the habit of actually picking up socketed items to then disenchant socketed items. I mean, it's such a simple thing, but don't forget to pick it up. Don't forget to pick up every superior item, so you also disenchant those to break them down to actually get yourself the stuff out of it. I know this sounds trivial to you, right? But how many of us have forgotten these things, right? Do not forget to get your free spirit gem. Do not forget to upgrade your The main reason we're doing this to not fall off the horse, right? To also remember kind of like map layouts. Where's the Molten Vault? How do you travel to the Sunken City? Where's the boss in this area? Which is also a bit random because she can be on the outside, she can be on the insides, and I hate this map too. This is map number 2 I hate of Act 3. FYI. Even though they made it smaller. Totem fire clusters are good. Yes. I mean, the main reason you're going for some of the totem clusters is because you want to have the you want to have the placement speed. I feel like getting the placement speed is invaluable because you're going to be able to just slam those totems down faster, and that's good. You think cluster bombs will be then explosive grenades? Nope. Flashy. In case you want to know how sad cluster bombs are, I think yesterday's stream at the very end we did some cluster bomb testing, and it was so disappointing that I don't even want to talk about it. Like generally, it was so disappointing. It was so disappointing. Like, I have no words. Like the amount of disappointment I feel from having even remotely gone through this, right? It just makes me positively unhappy. See, like, alone the damage right now just from the fissures and the totems, guys. So I'm not doing perfect strike, okay? This is just fissures and totems. But alone that, and again, it's at its weakest, like the combination of fissures and totems, and yet it still does plenty fine, right? She might probably be one of the bosses that is like the hardest to deal with in that regard. See, like, so it's definitely working. Like, look at that. This is great. Honestly, this is great. And it's at its weakest. I am so glad we tried this today, Chad. I am genuinely so glad we tried this and we didn't just take it for granted. Which other spirit skill would we take? What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, we could probably take Overwhelming Presence, which has our enemies and presence have reduced elemental ailment threshold, so we can get an easier ignite out, because you would have the Volcanic Fissure, and the Volcanic Fissure does fire damage, so if we could get a better ignite, that might make sense, right? Time of Need? I never liked Time of Need, personally. It's never been an absolute fan of this. But sure, it would allow you to stay alive more while you're having the things out. So it's either Time of Need or gonna be reducing the threshold. This warrior is way better than what I played ages ago. It's pretty much the improved Totem Warrior, or the new way to play Totem Warrior. But I can already, like, I'm very pleased. More damage.
Flame.
Okay, what do we have? 75 to 98 damage. Holy moly. These things are the wow, chat. Look, it has 100 to 135 damage. Again, if my totems would now scale with maximum damage, that's a super jackpot, right? That's not like a little jackpot, that's just like the jackpot. Need some random regals now to just splurge on that item and then go absolutely crazy. Do I even have a single regal now? I have a regal, chat! Do I have another, like, here, do I have an exalted chance? Like, exalted, here. No! No! I just, oh, it upgraded to 91 physical damage. Woohoo! Ladies and gentlemen, look. Get up to 91 because of the AC rating bonus. Nice. I mean, that's pretty mean. Like, we gotta get that level up quickly so we can test out that weapon, huh? Okay, you'll definitely have a video tomorrow on this, chat. Don't worry, where I kind of break down what we were planning to do. So I think the testing today shows that the mythology works, right? So what we want to do, the plan we're having, works securely.
Destruction!
Now we just have to play it for real on the patch 0.3.0. But I'm just happy that our simulation already proves that the concept is safe and sound. I have 37% armor. How bad is my gear? Chad, I have 37% armor. The good thing is you can actually set up for elites like this. I mean, look at that. See? He's just getting destroyed. Awesome. So I can set up for elites like this because you can like just put everything down, and as soon as you just summon him out of his like little cage there, he just gets slammed. Way hey. Very good, very good, very good. Oh, the camp, yes, ladies and gentlemen. The best thing you can find, because potentially there's killer stuff coming your way. Oh, damn, look at those boots. Slight improvement to what we have right now, huh? Ladies and gentlemen. Jeremiah is stuck in the wall. Bully him. Chad, bully him. Oh no, Francis, his friend. Francis Fartface, his friend. He's right behind. Fissure him. Fissure him. Fissure him. Fissure him. Fissure him. I just want the new fissure right now. And the hammer, because let's not forget hammer. You have a POB for this idea? Not yet, Julio. We pretty much created the idea yesterday. Today we're trying it out, and tomorrow I'll have the video with the probably mobalytics instead of path of building, because I don't know how to use path of building correctly. I'm sorry, chat. I never use path of building very well. I usually put everything on mobalytics. Okay, I kind of want to smash the Chimera. That's the feat that we want to pull off right now.
Usually signal danger.
Right now, I couldn't see Doriani being a single problem. I couldn't see anything be a problem. Chaos, like my second Ascendancy, easy as fuck, right? My like killing Doriani, easy as hell. Killing the Black Flame, blah, whatever. Yeah. Great. This has been one of the easier playthroughs, honestly. I mean, what did I say? 6 hours for this? We're currently sitting at played. So we're at 4 hours and 7 minutes. And if I would now rush, So if I would now like take my 2 legs in my hands, I think I could do this in an hour. So like a 5-hour playthrough from Act 1 to 3. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, we're one away from the killer spell, chat. Actually, you don't need damage. You want it to cast speed, right? Because you want your totems to attack faster. Because if your totems are attacking faster, then they're smashing the fissures faster to do more fissuring. Let's not forget. This is very important, chat, because I think you forget already. Every area thing. Okay, chat? Every area node makes fissures longer. Because we all know size matters. So instead of being like this tiny 3-prong thingy, they're going to be ginormous. They're going to be like, where we're talking about, like, I don't know what you think is long, but many, many meters long, right? Or feet, or whatever you prefer, like, what makes you think it's, like, probably we should measure in feet, because that sounds longer. Or inches. I guess inches, like, right? We should measure in inches, because that's going to sound humongous.
Crush them!
Warcry after Forge Hammer, dude, like, I can't wait for the Warcry to be the Forge Hammer to be added to this. Because now, on top of the fissure, you have to imagine that we're throwing a Forge Hammer, and the Forge Hammer puts down this fissure spiral, and then my totems are going to trigger the fissure spiral from the Warhammer, and on top of that, we're making the fissures, so you're going to have that exploding, and then you're going to have the fissure exploding, and then you have, like, everything exploding into each other. Okay. Oh, the stone pillar does not take fire damage, chat. See, and in between, you're still, like, slamming in those perfect strikes because they're still good. Right? My lady. Oh, I have no more potions. Did I just spam them away? I did. Oops. Oops. I'm not really looking for that. I'm just... Add some crit and it will be OP. Right now, crit would be useless because we have to play Resolute Techniques. But after the patch, Resolute Techniques won't be needed anymore since they made, like, how do I say this now? They improved the accuracy of Warrior. Hardcore run is over. Luckily, we're not playing hardcore ever, right? Hardcore never been my field of interest. I'm not sure if we need to look for more life on the totems because my totems tend to, like, die a bit too quick here. I wouldn't say, like, I wouldn't know if too quick is the thing, but they're definitely dying, right?
Destruction!
Oh, wow. He just hit me with a full broadside. Chan. Got it. Definitely need to move some nodes around from the beginning if I want to play it this way. Because what we're noticing is how the, like, we're currently playing the, like, skills cost life, right? And you notice that we're playing that. Because, like, my life is being leached. So I need to definitely put some life regeneration stuff on. To make sure that we're not ending up in a life starved situation. Yeah. So right now we're paying 33.24 and our life regeneration is at 6.5, so that's nothing. Obviously our gear's trash, but if I look at this right now, correct? We need to definitely think about like moving some points. I mean, alone these 3 points. You should probably go for 1, 2, 3, 4 and at least pick up this, right? Regenerate 0.5% max life per second. 0.5% is at least something. I mean, right now we're sitting at like what we have 6.5 and we get 705 times 0.005. That'd be another 35.25 life per. That'd be insane, right? DPS seems low. Well, sir, this is not. This is the version, the simulated version that works at, like, I don't know, half the efficiency. The patch is not out. So I'll probably have to invest, like, these points to get the more body armor. Yeah, like 1, 2, 3, 4, most likely. As soon as you, like, pick up the price of freedom. I mean, that being said, these 1, 2, 3 points that we have spent here would exactly be these 1, 2, 3, 4 points if I remove this one, right? Oh, that's 5%. Sorry, you're right, Argith. We masked wrong. We masked wrong by 1 decimal. That makes a big difference. Ah, there's my armor. Thank you very much. So we're finally having some kind of armor going. Let's actually pick with level 33 up now the other things that we have. Is it possible to start with Fissure Warrior as League Starter? Is another class better? Well, Mage. This is going to be my League Starter, my friend. I'm not just doing this, like, to bamboozle you, right? So this is not like I'm trying to sell you some snake oil. I'm doing this because this is exactly what I'm planning to do. Right? This is exactly the thing I'm planning to play. How much DPS am I going to lose for using this weapon? See? Like, losing this is significant as we're just dropping the 3 levels. Let's see if I fully how much do I have? Not put an iron rune away. Okay, that's 189 damage on a weapon. If we now consider that totems are taking my weapon's damage, holy fucking F, right? And we still lose the damage on the totems, but we get like significant damage on everything else. And that's like the big doozy right now, correct? So I would obviously need to have this weapon for the fissure, right? But I need the other weapon for the totem. So the totem needs to be weapon set number 1. And all my other skills, Bone Shredder and so on, they need to be weapon set number 2 right now. Right? That my Volcanic Fissure gets like the maximum damage from the better weapon. You start a new build for the patch? Yes, you're going to start from level 1 on. Again. By the way, they made weapon swapping instantious, guys. So weapon swapping currently has a very slight delay. And you notice that whenever like I do my totem, right? You notice this slight delay and then I do this. But they actually made the weapon swapping instant now. So that's really cool. We make a starter guide before League start. Yes, sir. We will make a starter guide before League start. No worries. We got you covered. Okay. So let's break down what we have done so far for everyone that has joined a little bit late. Again, hi, greetings, name's Ponyhoff. We're playing Shockwave Totem. We started leveling with Rolling Slam into Bone Shatter, okay? And Bone Shatter is currently having Impact, Shockwave, and Concentrated Effect, because Concentrated Effect works really good on Bone Shatter. We had Rage and Jack to Ground on Rolling Slam, but you could have also replaced Rolling Slams through your standard Mace Strike and pretty much use your standard Mace Strike with Jack Ground. Actually, it can have Jack Ground, interesting, so it needs to be on the Rolling Slam to just get more Rage to have your other things do more damage. Then we added on level 3 the totem, the Shockwave Totem, and it was instantly good with Martial Tempo, so that works obviously really well. I think through Act 1 we were in less than 1 hour without even rushing. And obviously we get Infernal Cry with Premediation and the Herald of Ash. Then as soon as you have like tier 5, you add Perfect Strike with Window of Opportunity and Magnified Effect. The thing is, we don't need Magnified Effect anymore, and you know why? Because Perfect Strike is going to get more melee range. Right now it gets only 14 melee range. It's going to be 35 melee range. And if you get 35 melee range, you can take the Concentrated Effect from the Bone Shatter, and you can actually slam that on the goddamn Perfect Strike for another 30% more area damage. In our case, that would be 200 more damage, right? The Perfect Strike is like at 3,000, and before it's like at 2.2. So that's a big chunk of damage bonus for this. Super nice. Now we also get the Volcanic Fissure edit with the Upheaval, Primal Armament, and Fist of War, but you won't need the Upheaval anymore because that's 40% less damage. Look at this, chat. My Fissure does currently 208 DPS, but if I put it away, it's 430 DPS. But you have to consider it's 430 DPS with one single Fissure, and after the patch, it's going to be 3 Fissures that do this, right? It's instantly 3 Fissures. Boom! In your face. You little shit. Yeah, and obviously my Perfect Strike can have Concentrated Effect, and, as you say, my Bone Shatter can have Concentrated Effect too. Plus, the Martial Tempo that's on the Shockwave Totem can also go on the Perfect Strike that would ease your Perfect Strike out. So we could play Window of Opportunity, Martial Tempo, or Window of Opportunity and Concentrated Effect, where Concentrated Effect is probably better, just to do like the bigger Chunkadunkas. And for the passive tree, we have been going for melee damages into more melee damage with the melee damage and melee damage. And then we instantly went for the like skill cost reduction because it was actually kind of needed. So this is like really just better to make everything work faster. We went for the bonus area damage, and then we instantly rushed here for the totem, as we also went for the resolute techniques. But if we don't have to go for the resolute techniques, you could probably try to get like at least the 80% increased body armor and maybe the more life regeneration. At this point, I would aim for gear, like for an amulet that probably has life regen if I could, because this is sucking hard off our life regeneration. I mean, I would really hate to go through this, so you don't want to go like bop, 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 because you're going to be missing out on so much melee damage on your totems and on your fissure. It would actually be significant just for more survival, so I don't think you need to do that. Is Warrior just hard to play early till you get items? Warrior is not hard to play early at all, Macri. Warrior from the beginning on with Bone Shatter just clears the screen. Then as soon as you have Totem, so my playstyle right now, in case you missed it, my playstyle since level 1 on, since I got the Totem, has been I put down the Totems. The Totems are priming our enemies for stun, and then I Bone Shattered, right? Like here, totems. The totems prime for stun. I Bone Shatter, everything is clear. Now, since I have gotten the right items, I put the totems down and then I fissure. Because the fissure does do like tons of bonus damage too, and if that does not finish them off, I could still Bone Shatter for clear. And that gameplay loop is pretty safe because it's just like that. And in the beginning, one single attack from the totem actually primes them for a stun already. So you put one totem down, prime for stun, finish. And that's actually on the distance, you can already prime them for a stun. It's so useful. What about endurance charges to generate more totems? Endurance charges are only for ancestral warrior totems, for nothing else. Those ancestral warrior totems are the totems that are casting your mace skills. I'm not even sure if we're going to play the Ancestral Warrior totems yet, because the Shockwave totems might be doing all the work on all the fissures. Okay? Like, I would not worry about endurance charges at this point or at all, as there might not be a world where we even need to worry about endurance charges, where endurance charges don't even make sense to play in what we get going on here. Okay? I can't say yet. When you get totems from tier 3 on, so you have to kill the Worm, the Devourer, and then you have to kill the King of the Rusted King, and then you get yourself the totems already. I mean, if you wonder about the journey, that we just pretty much, this stream was all this. Okay, Chad? This stream was just leveling this warrior. From level 1 to this point, we have now officially played 4 hours, 23 minutes, and we could, like, wrap the whole thing here up in like, another 40 minutes or so, and just like, blast through and get it done. Which makes this pretty damn good fun and great. Is this like a test build? Yes, this is the build I will play on release. This is my build to play on Friday. I have settled, I have decided that after today's play session, it is going to be Warbringer with totems, Volcanic Fissure, Bone Shatter, and Perfect Strike. After the patch, we're also going to be adding the Forge Hammer for throwing, and we're going to be adding the Cry, the Chaos War Cry, that makes you erupt and go crazy. That's the plan. Now that being said, we might have 1,000 viewers, chat, but I'm tired from our day, from our stream. I'll end it here, and I instantly sit down to create the path of building, to create the mobalytics, to get everything for you done, that you tomorrow morning have a fully flashed out build. And now I'm going to encourage you to go out there and watch my video on the Ascendancy changes that we have out, and to watch the video on the 12 mayor changes that you might have missed or not been aware of. So do that for me, please. And I'll hope to see you all tomorrow to the stream again. Tomorrow, we might actually test something mercenary-wise, because I need to know something, okay? Therefore, take care, and I wish you all have a great, good rest of your day. Thank you.